Okay. As you probably guessed from the title of the stream, this is Danganronpa 2. Yeah, I thought it would be fun to stream this instead of just spamming my theories in Steam chat with friends. You can see my reactions and theories and everything in more or less real time. Or, more likely, you're probably watching this like a year later on YouTube, if you're watching it at all. So, regardless, if you have not played or watched somebody play the first Danganronpa, spoiler warning, massive, super, incredibly major spoiler warning for the entirety of the first game and going forward in this game from starting in Chapter 3. I've done the prologue and first two chapters already, so I'll kind of recap that once I get into the game. But if you are thinking about ever playing anything in this series, I would suggest doing that first, because you can't unspoil like the things you learn, and yeah. So sometimes it's more fun to just experience it, but if it's not the kind of game you would like to play, but you're interested in the story, or just watching somebody play through it, stick around and I'll get you up to speed once I get into the game here, which I actually have running. You can probably hear the music in the background. Got fuzz on my microphone. So yeah, just wanted to take give a couple minutes of lead into this, so nobody jumps in thinking it's something else, or can't say I didn't give you fair warning about spoilers. Also, hi, Zan. My theories have not been entirely wrong so far. I totally called the second murderer from 2 pieces of evidence. I was kind of wrong about the exact circumstances of the murder, but I nailed it. Like, as soon as I saw that particular piece of evidence, that I was like, okay, that's what happened, and I was right. So I'm a genius detective, and shut the fuck up. Oops. So yeah, now that everybody has been sufficiently warned of spoilers, I can take down my spoiler warning, and yeah. Let's watch some of these pixel characters for a second. Okay, no, never mind. I don't know why I keep make so many new save files sometimes when it gives me the opportunity. I just make a new save file instead of saving over the other one. I don't know why. I did that in the first one too. I just had 2 or 3 save files for each chapter, and I don't know why I'm doing that, because it's not like it's really possible to fail beyond to the extent that you have to load a previous save to deal with the consequences of failing. You just basically get to retry from the point of the chapter the point in the trial that you failed in. So yeah, I guess it's just a habit I've started doing when I play long games. I just make a new save file instead of overwriting the last one sometimes. Okay, so this is Chapter 3, just the start of Chapter 3. So this is the morning after the trial of Chapter 2. I still have a lot of questions Like, even about chapter 1 in the prologue. And yeah, I still don't know why Byakuya was here or why he was fat. Like, it's mostly causing me to question like the timeline of like the events of the first game and this game, because a similar thing happened. You had a bunch of students at this school for, you know, the best of the best. They're the ultimate, you know, in whatever field they're in. So, you know, some of them are athletes, some of them are like, you know, there's like just like any skill that you can be the best at, somebody is the best at it. And in the first game, there was some kind of apocalypse that happened, which I kind of guessed. Like, kind of as a joke, I was like, oh, maybe it was an apocalypse and we're just in some crazy Vault-Tec experiment, and that didn't turn out to be entirely wrong. Fat Byakuya is a weird one, but there is an answer to it. I figure there must be, and it's stupid. Oh. Okay. I mean, they couldn't possibly have put him in for no reason. Like, for him to be the only one who comes back, and I would guess that they made him fat to show that time has passed. Like, this is definitely, like, in terms of the timeline, definitely after what happened in the first game, but he didn't seem to remember anything that happened in the first game, but he still, like, had his character development. Like, he wasn't an outright condescending prick. He was still kind of a condescending prick, but he was more willing to step up and kind of try and lead and help everybody instead of, you know, going along with the game and being like, oh yes, I'll win this game because I'm super rich and important. You know, he wasn't like that, really. So he still had his character development, but not his memories. Which, I mean, then it brings up the question, because they were in the school for, I think it was like 3 years. They had 3 years, and then their memories got wiped out to day 1 of first arriving at the school, to waking up in the school with, you know, all of this apocalyptic shit going down, and Monokuma's like, yeah, you're stuck here unless you murder somebody and get away with it. And yeah, so Byakuya's been through that twice then, but so I don't know. It's really throwing me off. Like, whoops, leave. But yeah, so there was like some kind of apocalypse, and this like group of like terrorists or something like took over the school and was like, yeah, we want to make everybody super sad. Like, everybody in the world, just make them see how shitty everything is. Just give them ultimate despair. And what better way to do that than making all these super hopeful children murder each other? And it's like, okay, that's I didn't really figure that for being the overall backstory behind everything, but sure. And then they're doing it again with a new group of students, except for Byakuya, who was a survivor of the first game. And I had a number of theories as to why he was here, and I guess they all just kind of went out the window, because he was the victim of the first murder. And then I don't even know what Nagito's deal is. He's the lucky student like Makoto was in the first game, and he's not as cool as Makoto. He's a freaking weirdo, and he tried to kill Byakuya, but he screwed it up and somebody else got the kill for him. But he's not like I've been told that chapter 3 is like where a lot more of the like mystery kind of starts unfolding, which makes sense because that's kind of where it started in the first game as well. You know, you got little hints and little scenes throughout the first couple of chapters in the first game, but chapter 3 was where things really start kicking up in terms of the bigger mystery, other than, you know, the individual murders. And that water is very tiled. Anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of new characters. Several of them have died already. And yeah, it's the morning of after the second trial, where the photographer Mahiru was killed as part of a plot that nobody could remember because something happened at the school during those years where everybody's memories got erased, so nobody could remember it. But Monokuma made a video game about it, and it kind of brought back some memories as to who was involved with a different murder. I think it was a murder. It might have been an accidental killing. I forget. I just did it last night, but I finished it at like 2 in the morning because it kept dragging on, and I'm like, okay, we know who did it. Why they did it doesn't matter. But they kept going on about like how she did it because she was like sort of enslaved to one of the other characters. Like, one of the characters is a Yakuza heir, like part of a crime family, and she was like his right-hand assassin or something. So she basically tried to pull this bullshit. It's like, no, technically he was the killer because he ordered me to do it, and I can't refuse any orders, so I'm just a tool in this, so I was the weapon, not the killer. And it's like, Monokuma didn't agree with that, obviously, but there was a whole argument after we already voted for her to, like, it's like she was the killer, and it's like, that's really dumb, because the motive really doesn't matter. We only use the motive to figure out who actually did the killing, and why they did it usually doesn't matter, because we only have to find out who killed the victim. And that's really all we have to figure out. Like, all the other trial stuff, it's like leading up to determining the identity of the killer. So you don't have to necessarily prove why they did it, or even how, just that they did. It's just that proving how usually leads to who could have done this, and therefore it narrows it down to who did do it. So after we already voted, there was still like a half-hour arguing over the motive and whether or not it made her not technically the killer, but it's like, she did the thing. It doesn't matter if somebody else told her or ordered her or fucking, I don't care, hypnotized and brainwashed her into doing it against her will. She actually did it. And that's the only thing we were trying to figure out. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still, I don't know. It was kind of dumb. But anyway, what does Sonia have to say? She is a princess of some obscure tiny little kingdom that is apparently still really rich.
You insolent fool! I am sorry.
I messed with my audio settings a little bit, so... it is okay, please be your usual self. Yeah, that was close. I really was going to kneel before her. Terribly sorry. I was so worried about Fuyuhiko that I could not sleep at all. Yeah, so, Fuyuhiko was, like, actually in love with Peko, kind of, or something. Like, they were friends or something. And he tried to stop her execution, and he got hurt in the process. And Monami was like, that kind of breaks the rules, because you're only supposed to kill the murderer, not anybody else. You know, the rule is everybody else goes free, nobody else dies except the murderer. And so Monokuma was like, shit, you're kind of right. So he took him off to like a hospital. Terribly sorry, I'm so worried about Fuyuhiko that I could not sleep at all. That must be why my face looks terrible. I was just so embarrassed to be seen like this. I shall go wash my face and come back one more time. Now then, ta-ta. She looks like she normally does. But we were worrying about the same thing. Is Fuyuhiko really okay? Yeah, I'm because a whole big thing in the first game was Monokuma sort of, well, the people behind, Monokuma is just like a robot bear thing, but the mastermind was like, they have to follow the rules, like it's a game, and Makoto and Kyoko kind of took advantage of the fact that they have to follow the rules usually to kind of like fight their way out of the game and expose the mastermind and solve all the mysteries of what happened and all that. So a lot of cat and mouse shit, and I love that. Like turning someone's own rules against them, and that's fun. I like that kind of stuff in like murder mysteries, especially when there's like all kinds of crazy backstory that you don't necessarily know right away yet. I hate her. She is annoying, and I know that's probably the point, but I don't like Hyoko. You're the only one here. What are you acting so anxious about? I'm not acting anxious. I just happened to be awake by coincidence. So I just came here early. I see. Something strange. Is she trying to pull some kind of dirty trick again? Okay. Just happened to be awake by coincidence, so I came here early. It's just a coincidence. Okay, the more times you try to say something is a coincidence, the less likely I am to believe that it is a coincidence. Whoops, don't auto. I don't know why, for some reason, when I have a microphone in front of my face, my grasp of the controls just drops by like 75%. I'm like, and I don't know why, because like I have my hand in the same position for all the stuff I would normally be using on the keyboard, but for some reason the fact that I can't see it, it's just like, what button was do the thing again? And I'm like, I don't know. Hyoko is the worst. And the worst always get to live long. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes. Oh, what? Everyone should be. Oh, I should wait. Why should I wait? Byakuya was the worst in the first game, kind of, and he survived, and he got better. He's kind of stopped being a total prick. He got character development, and then they killed him in this game. So I'm hoping that if Hyoko isn't a victim soon, she will, if she survives, she gets like character development and becomes not a terrible person. But I don't know, we'll see. It's only chapter 3. There's let's see, 2, 4. There's 12 characters left. What the heck is this? It's a shrine. Panel's been propped up. It's giving off a dreadful, unsettling vibe. There's a bunch of photos pasted all over it. Didn't Mahiru take these photos? What's with this terrifying ambiance? That would be the background music, and it's I'm pretty sure it's non-diegetic, so you shouldn't be hearing that. Oops, no, not auto. Don't be auto. Stop. What did she... I missed what she just said a second ago. Was that F2? Adorable decoration. Oh, okay. I don't know who did it, but they must have spent so much time and effort doing their best to make it. Mahiru's gonna be happy too. I don't know who did this, but we should be grateful to them, right? Hey Hyoko, did you... Oh, Mikon. I have so many mixed feelings about Mikon. Good morning, it's so rare to run into you two here. What are you looking at? Huh? What are these horrifying photos? I expected that reaction. I kind of like Nekomaru. He's... I don't know. He's just cool. Yo, what happened? And I really like Akane too. Like, I don't know if it's relevant, but I feel like she must be related in some way to Asahina from the first game. Like, she has the same skin tone and hair color. She's an ultimate athletic type. She has a food obsession going on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's probably not relevant. It's probably just them reusing character traits and design ideas, but I don't know. Saw this ruckus in the morning. It's bad. Please take a look at these photos. Oh, photos. Photos. Whoa, what the heck?
Hey.
What kind of ominous crap is this? This is like something you use for sorcery? This is clearly an insult against my hero.
Damn it.
I don't know who the hell did this crap, but they got a lot of nerve. This is too much, to actually treat my hero's photos like this. Can we look at the photos? Like, what... I'm not sure what the photos are of. I understand how you guys feel, but it's probably...
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good nom-nom-nomming.
Okay. Giving off a crazy, huge, ominous aura.
Something like this.
Terrible. How could someone be capable of such a heartless trick? No, seriously, it's just...
Hey.
Seriously, it's just the worst. I wonder who the hell did it. Huh? Right, there's no way my hero will be happy with this.
She won't just be unhappy. I'm sure she'll be so angry she'll cry tears of blood.
Who the hell did this?
I have to search for the criminal later. In the meantime...
What?
Oh, fire! Start the fire! We'll have a grand bonfire so Mahiru can reach Nirvana.
Seriously? This is...
Hold it.
You can't... Someone took their time to make this memorial so we can mourn for Mahiru. You can't burn it. Mourn Mahiru?
What the heck?
You sure it's not the other way around? I'm pretty sure whoever made this is totally disrespecting Mahiru.
You think so?
Really? I think it's just a little clumsy.
See?
Why don't you take a closer look at the intent instead of focusing on appearances?
Perhaps.
Despite their clumsiness, I'm sure whoever made this probably did their very best. If you look at it carefully, don't you feel like you can sense their feelings? Mahiru's not alone. She'll be with us now and forever. This was probably made with those feelings.
Right?
So I definitely think... Yep, it's a nice decoration.
I see.
After hearing you say that, I'm starting to feel the same thing. You sure are simple-minded. Hyoko. I don't really want to burn it.
It cannot be.
Was the person who made this? Mahiru was really, really nice. She was! And I spent 50 frickin' coins on a camera that I was gonna give her to be better friends with her, and then she died later that chapter. And I was like, God damn it. She finally taught me how to tie my kimono. She was really good at taking care of others. Mahiru was probably lonely by herself. So I wanted to tell her that she's not alone even if she's... So you made this. I wanted to make it look better, but unless I'm dancing, I'm so clumsy at whatever I do.
I am sorry.
I spoke out of turn without considering your feelings at all. Sorry, Yoko.
Sorry.
Well,
It looks like we misunderstood. Now that I take a closer look, it looks like you put a lot of thought into the decorations.
for now.
So let's keep this thing around until we get off this island.
No.
Oh, we should come with us when we get off the island too. It would be a waste of time to leave behind such wonderful photos. So we're not gonna burn it?
Of course not! We would never burn it!
You.
Weren't you the one who started shouting that?
I got it.
I'll forgive you all. Except Mikon, of course.
Why?
Why are you so strict with me?
I see.
Because she's a bitch. That's why she's so strict. So unexpected.
Ow.
I really can't imagine Hyoko being so diligent and earnest about something. Who cares about that? Hyoko has a very okay.
Noted. Jeez.
Stop it already. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Stop it.
Don't tease me. Yeah, she's adorable when she's embarrassed, but she's still a bitch. There you go.
Why only me?
Why only me? I don't like it when anybody is mean to Mikon. Like it's really uncool. Given what I theorize about her backstory. It's very like you guys to settle things like this. Feels like we made such a huge fuss about it, and it finally settled things. Oh, wait. I don't like how the names are on the side and it's always like the same color, because it throws me off about who's talking sometimes. I liked it better when it was like over the text box, because you would see the name and then the text just, you know, as you go.
Well,
Little by little, we're trying to understand and find the good in each other. That's the reason why we can move forward without feeling despair toward our situation.
yep.
You guys are all splendid. Splendid, huh?
His body is uncooperative.
I don't know what to think about this guy.
I have arrived. Apologies for the wet. What the? What is this object that is releasing such a foul aura? A malice clings to Mahiru even after her death. We'll be sucked in if we look directly at it.
You're the worst.
Nagito, shut up. Go back to your room and be tied up again. This is a very hopeless object. It doesn't belong in a hopeful place like this at all. It's absolutely brimming with malice. Let's just hurry up and destroy it. I can't stand to look at it for even one more second.
I'll destroy you!
Stand aside! I shall shatter this barbaric, blasphemous, false idol to pieces.
Now that those two are here, do you still think we're splendid? Looks like it's going to take a little more time. I completely agree. The scene unfolding in front of me was so embarrassing, all I could do was sigh. But at least it was a peaceful scene. We didn't realize just how short-lived this peace would be. Even though we were finally bonding, a situation was brewing, like a huge fracture running between us all. And that would be the trigger for a truly horrible and atrocious incident. Gee, I wonder what could possibly happen in a situation where everybody is basically told they have to murder each other. Not just for me, but for every single one of us. We just hadn't realized it yet. 4 people are dead and 1 is in the hospital. And we're no closer to finding a way off this island without, you know, going through the whole murder thing again. Stop, I can't eat another bite. You sure do eat a lot. Don't you ever worry about, like, choking?
Yo.
I never get worried. You don't? Wait, what about Fuyuhiko? Is he really alright? I'm so concerned I could not sleep at all last night.
Plus, if his fate is in Monokuma's paws, I'm even more concerned.
I could have tended to his wounds somehow. I wish I wasn't so useless. I mean, it's not like he had a fully stocked first aid kit in the frickin' trial room. I mean, all the medical knowledge in the world won't really help if you don't have any supplies to work with. I don't think you guys should worry about it. Do you just forget everything that happens when you eat? Now I got a belly full of food, I'm all set. So, leave the rest to me. I'll question Monokuma and avenge Fuyuhiko.
That's obviously wrong.
Avenge? He's not even dead!
What vengeance? You just want to test your skill.
Well, yeah. She flat out admitted it.
Hello.
Can I have your attention, please?
Oh, it's you, Monami. What do you want?
Jeez.
Yeah, the fun mood's over now thanks to you. Did I just ruin the mood? Don't treat me so harshly. I did my very best today, too.
Who the hell are you? We're talking about something important, so go away.
She's probably gonna tell us that another one of the random mechs is gone and we can go to the other island now. I definitely don't want to be treated like an outsider. So what do you mean by I did my very best? You finally asked me. Once again, I've defeated another mono beast. Called it. Because that's how the game progresses. How do you like me now? I worked hard, didn't I?
If you've defeated a mono beast, that means...
That's right, you're now able to visit yet another island. Let's all live happily ever after with each other this time, okay? No more getting tricked by Monokuma. No more thinking about leaving this island. Let's all live together peacefully as best friends.
A new island, huh? Maybe now we'll finally find it. A way to get off this island and go home. That's the only thing we have. That's our one and only hope.
Are you guys thinking about leaving the island even though I just said not to?
Do you have a minute?
More importantly, Monami, what happened to Fuyuhiko? Huh? Fuyuhiko? I don't really know.
Won't be fooled.
Miss Sonia, can't you see it's a waste of time asking her? In the end, she's just Monokuma's ally. You're also part of that mysterious World Ender organization, aren't you?
Hey.
That's the organization that brought us to this island, right? Since you're the one who brought us to this island, that's gotta be it. I don't know if you're a rabbit or a pig, but just what are you planning?
This is a great opportunity. I think it's time you finally filled us in.
What a dilemma, but that's one thing I can't say. Truly, this is a tragedy of middle management.
Hold on a sec.
She ran away again. She's always like this when things get inconvenient for her. Well, I mean, if she just told us everything right at the start, there wouldn't be a story to figure out, would there? I mean, if I wanted somebody to just tell me the story, I'd look up the Wikipedia article for the game.
Who cares about Monami? More importantly, she mentioned a new island. What should we do?
However,
I do not think we should be exploring when Fuyuhiko is in danger.
But we must move forward, no matter what despair stands in our way. That's what hope should be.
What hope? You always say that just before you lead us into a trap.
There's something wrong with you.
You're seriously just as annoying as Monokuma.
Yep. I'm also worried about Fuyuhiko, but is it really okay if we just stay here and do nothing? Isn't it better if we do what we can? Well, we can, huh? She's right. Let's try to find a way off this island before he comes back.
you are right.
You are right. Fuyuhiko will not recover any faster if we just stand around and do nothing.
I agree with Miss Sonia.
Of course you do, dude. Of course you do.
Then it's decided. Let's explore and search for a new hope.
Wait.
Wouldn't it be faster to just beat up the rest of the Mono Beasts and search all the islands in one go? Yeah. You wanna go hand to hand against a giant robot monster with high-tech weaponry and, more importantly, made of metal, designed to resist physical impacts.
Leave it to me.
If that strange-looking rabbit can defeat one, it should be easy for us too.
Hold on.
Hey, don't think about doing anything reckless.
Anyway, let's begin. Let's open the way to a hope-filled future with our very own hands. Shut the fuck up, Nagito. After all that, I feel like we're doing exactly what Nagito wants us to do.
In order to prepare for exploring the new island, we left the restaurant. Okay. 1 second. Close some browser windows that don't need to be open. Okay. How is my pet doing? It's almost about to level up again, I think. Hooray! I don't know what the point of that is, but it said something would happen if it fully grows up. Where am I going? To the new island, I guess. I do like that it kind of gives you an incentive not to just fast travel everywhere, but I think some kind of mini-map would be nice for this weird side-scrolling bit, because I know you can only go left or right, but sometimes if you knew what was on each side of you, you could be like, okay, it's faster to go this way, or it's faster to go that way. Oh. Minor annoyance. Very minor annoyance. You know, once you play the game for a while and kind of get a better sense of, you know, the layout of everything, it's less of a... Oh. Okay. It wants to give me something? Okay. Oh. I actually get items. Oh, okay. So... Okay. That, is interesting. You get coins and, items. I didn't really have much of a problem getting lost in the school in the first one. I mean, because you could mostly just fast travel everywhere, and it kind of you could have the mini map and everything, and you know, it was divided pretty easily into floors and everything. It just didn't seem like it was all that difficult to navigate. You know, unless you do 2 chapters and then don't play the game for like a year, and then come back in the middle of it, and you start on chapter 3 and have no idea what was going on. Hey, you're not going to the new island, Nekomaru? I'm worried Akane's gonna do something reckless about those mono beasts. I'm going to guard the bridges for a while. I'll leave you guys to explore the new island. Yeah, I got it. He's quite good at taking care of people. Wonder if that's a habit of being a team manager. Monomi was right. The mono beast that was blocking this bridge is gone. I mean, why would that be surprise? I mean, she told us the first time she did it, and she was right then, so it stands to reason that any future time she tells us that a beast is gone, it's probably gone. This bridge should reach the new island. Whoa.
This is the 3rd island. The ambiance is completely
What?
different compared to the previous island.
Does that sign... Okay. Titty Typhoon. Okay, that's... What is that? Residences and ruins are all in shambles. It barely feels like a resort. I just thought there's definitely no sign of any people here either. Feels a little dangerous somehow. It might be better to proceed cautiously. Okay. Oh, there's the hospital. Okay. Let's go to the right here. What the it's a music venue. Okay. I mean, you can't give it a name like that and not expect that to be the first thing somebody checks out. This building with its gaudy and tasteless neon lights obviously looks suspicious. Yes, it looks very suspicious. Suspicious. It definitely doesn't sound like any kind of establishment that would, I don't know, be kind of shady or anything. Can't say for sure there's no danger. I should cautiously check what's inside. Yes, I should definitely cautiously check what's inside the Titty Typhoon. Oh. Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't have expected Ibuki to be here. What the? Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't surprise me like that. The truth is so overwhelming that I can't stop shouting out. Because this is a music venue, right? Looks like it.
I love music.
Never expected to find a music venue. I can't help feeling excited. I never expected to find a music venue. Okay.
Huh?
Oh, okay. I wasn't going crazy. She did say that twice. I'm like, wait, didn't she just...
Huh?
Oh, is it echoing or something? Or like the microphone picking her up or something? Giving off a weird vibe.
Problemo.
I'm totally fine. I think you're echoing. I'll invite everyone to feel this wonderful feeling. At the same time, I don't understand. If you've really taken a liking to this music venue, I'll leave you to investigate it. Okay. Alright, well, let's see what Sonya has to say.
Amazing.
What a splendid place, Hajime. This must be the fabled disco. Disco?
See?
It is where hip youngsters and... wear feather fans and... Oh, where hip youngsters wear feather fans and tight clothes as they dance their go-go's and lambada. I think your understanding of this culture is outdated. And there's a storage room. I'm sure nobody will get murdered in the storage room ever. A lot of different instruments here, including drum sets and guitars. Looks like there's stage design stuff too. Paint, stage lights, wallpaper, curtains. There's nothing special we need right now. Right now! Somebody is going to use something from this room to commit a murder. See your whole body in this huge full-length mirror. It's probably used for checking costumes. With a mirror this big, it'd be easy to check how you look. That's what mirrors are for, Hajime. A lot of stickers with the venue's logo placed here. Looks like they made a bunch of them and had too many left over. Feels somewhat depressing. Yeah, nothing like making a whole bunch of merchandise and having 99% of it left over. Musical instruments. That's clearly a banjo. A stepladder. Okay, I wondered if they were going to go for an Ace Attorney reference there, and I'm a little disappointed. Especially considering they made one earlier. Carpeting, wallpaper, even different paints. It's probably stuff used for livening up the stage design or live performances. Okay. It kind of sucks that you don't get coins for just investigating random crap anymore. Unless I've just missed every single thing that you can check out and actually get coins from, but I don't know. This is the baton lighting's control panel. Apparently you can control the baton lighting with this. I'll probably never have a chance to be in the limelight. Are they gonna do the thing where somebody gets killed by a stage light falling on their head? Is that what they're setting up with this? I'm seeing a lot of murder potential for the Titty Typhoon. And that's now a sentence that I've said. There's a motel. Alright. It's a small building with guest accommodations and a parking lot. This is supposed to be a motel, right? Seen them before in movies, but it's my first time actually seeing one in person. What a rundown motel. Looks pretty unsanitary, too. It's just like Hajime's house. You've never seen my house. Oh, I didn't know you were here. You don't stand out at all, so I didn't notice you. This bitch. This place is seriously run down. Like the perfect home for minimum wage workers. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? We gotta make sure we check it out thoroughly. It's possible there might be a clue here. If you think so, why don't you go inside and look around instead of standing here doing nothing? You're probably too vulgar to get this, but there's a saying. Praise a fool and you may make him useful. What's that supposed to mean? Akane was checking out inside. After I gave her a little praise, she got really excited. Dumbass like her is pretty rare, so we gotta make sure she's treated well. If a rotten attitude is this extreme, I can't really take it personally. But not only is she a bitch, she's a manipulative bitch. Someone needs to use her really well. Alright. Like I need any more reasons to dislike this girl. It's a bunch of similar looking private rooms. The insides probably look the same too. It's dark and slightly dirty. There's no doubt that a room like this would be perfect in a crime movie. If it's just to stay the night, the cottage is good enough. Can we go inside? No? Okay, they didn't want to... Okay. I thought there might be significantly more to do here, but... Electric Avenue. Okay. Let's rock down to Electric Avenue. Well, that doesn't look very safe. A bunch of street booths filled with electric appliances at the back of a narrow alleyway. Machines and other parts are cluttered together on display. Definitely seems fishy. We're not going to talk about the arcing electrical line right there? With this many machines, we could probably find something we can use for two-way communication, right? I think it's best if I search around here. Okay, we're just not gonna address the deadly, you know, broken electrical line that is arcing on itself, right? Okay. It's a laptop. Various desktop and laptop computers are arranged in a disorderly manner like a pile of oversized trash. It looks pretty organized to me. Though they're a little old-fashioned and run down, they all look like they could still be used. If we can connect to the internet, we might be able to call for help with these. As soon as I thought of that, I grabbed a random laptop and pulled it out of the pile and turned it on. I guess it's too much to hope that AI friend Alter Ego is gonna make an appearance. Try to see if it would connect to the internet. It's no use! Looks like it's not connecting. There's no way it'd be that easy. But just when I was about to give up. My eyes noticed the strange icons arranged on the desktop. Asami X file. What is this? Nothing. I clicked that strangely named icon. It's a document file. Based on the format, it looks like it's some kind of report. About the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. This horrendous event originated with a something the students of Hope's Peak Academy, the students of the Reserve Department, something dissatisfied with being treated different. Okay, we're getting something here. Oh, is it actually going to tell me everything? This horrendous event originated with some students of Hope's Peak Academy causing a revolt. Oh, so it was somebody from the school. They didn't just take over the school after the fact. They were the masterminds. The students of the Reserve Department were dissatisfied with being treated differently than the primary department and began to fight the academy. At first, the dispute was confined to the campus, and hopes were high that it would settle down someday. But things quickly escalated. Behind the scenes of that rebellion, a huge authority was exerting its influence. Eventually, it spread like an infection, provoking riots in various parts of the world. Okay, so they weren't the masterminds. They were just the jumping off point for the masterminds to take advantage of that and spark the whole tragic event and all that. Okay. It was unlike any previous act of terrorism or coup d'etat. It seemed to have a much different purpose. However, no matter what we assume, we simply cannot apply a reason to this subversive movement. Nonetheless, the destruction is not chaotic or disorganized. It is both purposeful and malicious. Therefore, it is a subversive movement full of despair. Hope's Peak Academy became the origin of the incident and was forced to put an end to their long history. As for the students who survived, they were forced to kill each other as a lesson in despair. Okay, but what is this?
Boy, tough crowd.
How normal. It's not normal like a dog barking. It's such a normal reaction that it's actually quite novel.
Now I'm really angry.
Hey, can't you react with more gusto? Don't you know how very important this scene is?
I know exactly how important this scene is. They basically just told us what the most awful tragic event was. Were you the one who created this file?
My, what makes you think that?
The case? Because it's obviously the only thing I can think of. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Riots in various parts of the world, and Hope's Peak Academy getting destroyed? It sounds like something stupid you'd make up.
And?
What's Hope's Peak Academy's Reserve Department? I've never even heard of that before.
Huh, really? That's weird. Of all people, you should definitely be the only one who knows about it.
Oh. Are they like students who aren't like ultimates but are still like talented, but they're not special enough to be like part of the cool kids or something? So my Hajime's like ultimate thing is that he actually doesn't have one. He's just a regular guy and not even the ultimate lucky student or anything. He just had nothing special about him whatsoever.
I guess you forgot about it, along with the memories of your school life, so it can't be helped.
While we're on the subject of stupid things, that file said something about students who survived. Is it referring to us? Then the rest of that file is... Hold on a second, you guys! Just what the heck have you guys been talking about? It doesn't make any sense.
Movies with no images, music with no sound, novels with no words. These are things that truly don't make any sense.
What are you saying?
So you can't say something this simple doesn't make any sense.
Who cares about that? Just answer me. Who are the students who survived?
No.
I wouldn't know an important story like that, because the only thing I'm good for is being cute.
God damn it, Monokuma. He ran away again. Hey, Hajime. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. I'm sure he's making all that up. He wasn't. That's it. That's definitely it. That's definitely not it. Okay, Chiaki, you were just over here listening to that whole thing going down. So she's fishing things out of the pile of electrical appliances. Chiaki, what happened? Are you looking for something?
Well,
I was wondering if there are any game consoles in here. Sometimes old hardware is treated like junk. So that's what you were doing. I already have a TV in my cottage, so it doesn't have to be a non-portable device. I'll settle for anything. If you do find something, let me know. I'll help you carry it back to your cottage.
yep.
Yeah, I will. I don't want to play video games for a while. I'd rather not be reminded of the previous incident. There's a lot of electrical appliances in this mess, including home appliances and acoustic equipment. All these look old. Do they even still work? A cell phone store. Of course. Maybe we can call somebody. Do we get coverage on a deserted island in the middle of God knows where? Probably not. Looks like they don't get reception, even with all this variety. They may as well be paperweights. TV store. I just noticed Monokuma's face on the store next to it, so I'll check that out next. A lot of CRT TVs lined up here. They all look really old. Looks like they're not designed for terrestrial digital broadcasting. Not that it matters. It looks like the TV signal isn't reaching here anyway. Oh, that's a hidden Monokuma. Okay.
Been found?
That was a sneaky one. I thought he was part of the store decoration. Oh, more arcing electrical wires. Cool. Oh. Okay. I'll check that out in a second after I talk to Kazuichi. Are you serious? Are you shitting me? What happened? I thought you'd be happier about being surrounded by so much machinery.
Of course not.
Don't say stupid things. I'm the ultimate mechanic, you know. Of course I'm happy when I'm surrounded by machines. And you should look happier. Dude, try to understand how I'm feeling. I have this unexplainable, conflicting feeling about whether or not I should be happy. I can't understand that kind of feeling. Why do you feel so conflicted? All this machinery lined up here. Damn, I want to take them apart. I want to dismantle them and look inside. That's how I usually think, right? But I know now's not the time for me to do something like that. And that's why I feel so conflicted. Is wanting to dismantle normal? I mean, for the ultimate mechanic, whose whole thing is taking things apart and putting them back together, I would say it's normal for this guy. Hell yeah, it's like if you have the hots for a chick, you want to take off her clothes, right? I mean, you want to check out her bone structure, right? Like her ribs and parts. Okay, that you just made it weird, Kazuichi. That's a pretty acrobatic sex fetish. And Hajime, you're not making it less weird by saying things like that. So wanting to see a chick's bone structure makes me a little perverted. Pretty much. I don't know about perverted, but it's definitely weird. And yeah, dismantling things is cool. I used to have a whole plastic bin full of like old electronics that we weren't using anymore that I just took apart for the hell of it. Not like I was gonna fix it or make anything out of it, just took it apart because I could. And because it was old and had been replaced or just not in use anymore. Just for funsies. I don't think I even learned anything from taking it apart. It's just like, oh yeah, there's a circuit board here. All these wires go here, and yeah, this is connected to that thing. Yeah. So many machines just by looking at them. I have no clue what they're used for. Yeah, old game consoles and stuff too. I've taken apart a couple of mine to clean them, not to just destroy them and mess around with them, but yeah. I actually have an old Genesis controller that I've had for as long as I've had that Genesis, and the controls, the buttons are all worn down and you have to push on them really hard. So I want to get a new one and make one of those like boxes where you take apart the controller and all the internal stuff and just kind of arrange it and put it in a frame. I want to do that with the old Genesis controller I had that doesn't work anymore. Just because I've had it for so long, it's like, you know, like a nostalgic thing. It deserves a place of honor. So I think that's what I'll do with that someday, when I ever get around to it. You know, add it on my list of like 85,000 projects that I want to do. Pretty sure amateurs won't really get it. All that stuff there, it's all machines used for stuff like wiretapping or recording secret videos. Looks like there's some ancient-looking surveillance cameras too. Machines used for recording secret videos? Oh, that's what kind of store that is. Okay. Hey, don't get it twisted. I just have some mechanical knowledge of these things. I've never actually used them before, alright? No one said you did. Speaking of surveillance cameras, we're being constantly videotaped and wiretapped by Monokuma, right? Like, I'm kind of jealous, because what does he see when he's watching Miss Sonia? Way to keep your priorities in order, Kazuichi. He says he's never used these before. If I let him be, he's the type of person who will eventually use them. I don't have any comment on that whatsoever. Teru would have never used this old microwave. He would have probably used the latest equipment and cooked the world's tastiest dishes. With those dishes, he would have made a lot of people smile, but that's no longer... Yeah, Teru dead. He was the ultimate chef, and he killed Byakuya. By accident, because he was trying to kill Nagito, who was trying to kill Byakuya. But Nagito fucked it up, and Byakuya got in the way, and Teru ended up stabbing Byakuya instead. So, yeah. I mean, I would have wanted to kill Nagito too, but only because, you know, he was looking like the murderer in that case, and turns out he's a screw-up. Wild Gunman... Oh, it's a movie theater. Wild Gunman Monokuma, The Wizard of Monami. Alright, let's go into the creepy theater. Nothing bad ever happens in a movie theater. I haven't been to a movie theater since last February.
We're currently showing right now, so please wait 5 minutes for the next showing to start.
Showing? What does that mean?
What are you saying?
Are your eyes dressed for show? Look around, this is a movie theater, right?
Of course.
Okay, I have some questions about that poster in the background there, but I'll get to that in a second.
Then I'm obviously showing a movie.
Showing a movie? I guess there's no need to even ask. You're just gonna say this is the next motive, right? Just like Twilight Syndrome murder case. I'm definitely not going to watch your movie. Whatever it is, I'm never going to see it. What a weird thing to think about last time. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog was the last movie I saw in a theater in February.
My goodness, and I was thinking about giving you an invitation ticket. But now I won't allow you not to watch it. I went to a lot of trouble to make this movie. If you don't watch it, I'm gonna be sad.
Oh, God forbid we make Monokuma sad. I'm sure your movie is no different than that game you made.
That game was a shoddy piece of crap, but this movie is definitely a masterpiece. Anyway, as long as I refuse to allow it, you will never have the choice to not watch it.
I am Monokuma.
On this island, my word is law.
If I don't watch it, what are you going to do about it?
What the heck?
There's no way I'd allow such reckless behavior. There's no way I'd allow it, but
What are you gonna do?
I'll forgive you if you purchase a Monokuma sticker at the goods counter over there.
Monokuma sticker. Okay, but this poster though, right? Oh, that's is that from there's the like spin-off game, the side story or something. Video game poster. Looks interesting. I'm definitely gonna buy that. Yeah, okay. So did they that game came out after this one, but it's set between the two. Ultra Despair Girls, that's what it was. Okay, it was like something Despair Girl or something. So were they working on that at the same time as this one, and they put this in as a reference to that, like how Pixar does that? Or did they like update this game later on and put this reference in there for it? Oh. There's hidden Monokuma.
I knew you could do it.
I have a lot of coins. I should do something with those when I get a chance. Alright, I guess he's not gonna let me go unless I buy a thing from the thing, so... There's some strange goods on top of the counter. This one looks like a tote bag made of hemp cloth with a decal of Monami's face on it.
Ah, did that catch your eye? It's an all-purpose tote bag, useful for a variety of common tasks. It's a limited item.
I thought it was a folded up shirt at first and it was dirty, but I guess I can see it as a bag now.
It's a limited item. Only one person can have it. By the way, apparently tote bags were originally invented to carry around ice.
I would assume it was being worked on around the same time and they put that in as an Easter egg reference. Doubt it was added later, but can't say for sure. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because, I mean, if they knew they were going to do that, or they had, like, the idea for it, and they were just like, yeah, let's throw that in, just because. Or if it was already, like, well into production and they had some assets that they could... Because, I mean, that's what Pixar likes to do. They work on a lot of stuff kind of concurrently, so they use like models and stuff and just throw them in to movies to be like, hey, this is a reference to a thing that's not out yet, and that's cool. I'll pass.
I thought you'd say that. I'll just be upfront with you. I cut a lot of corners making that thing.
That's too up front. Is this a sticker you were talking about? I'm sorry I was born stupid. It's not funny, and I don't understand its purpose. How half-assed is this?
Actually,
To tell you the truth, this is a very lucky sticker I received from a wandering miracle-working priest. And it could be yours for the special price of only $1.5 million.
$1.5 million? Don't mess with me, I don't even have that kind of money.
Then you can pay me back when you get off this island. If you don't like it, you could always just watch my...
Fine, I'll pay it.
Wow, I'm surprised.
As long as I can pay it after I get out of here, I'll pay anything, even $1.5 million.
You're the first person to ever pay $1.5 million for this sticker. In other words, you really don't want to watch my movie, huh? That makes me a sad Monokuma. But if I'm going to make a huge profit, it's okay. I'm a mascot who has a hobby of counting money, after all.
You're the worst mascot ever.
Come on, take it, thief, and slap it on your forehead, thief. Take advantage of this divine opportunity, thief.
Sticker I received was even thinner and more cheap looking than I thought it would be. Like a price from a box of candy. Did I really agree to pay so much money for this piece of crap? Maybe I am a little crazy. No, Nagito's the crazy one. You're just done with Monokuma's bullshit.
Whoa there, looks like the showing is over. Alrighty, I gotta collect those questionnaires.
That moment, Monokuma started humming and skipped his way to the door leading into the theater. Door opened violently, and one person appeared from within. Oh. Speak of the devil!
Ah, Nagito, please answer my questionnaire.
It doesn't matter if I answer it. That movie was so boring it was torture.
Minutes felt like weeks while I was watching it.
Well, I guess that's what art is, because it's not really art unless it surpasses common sense.
I thought it was going to be another motive, but I guess that's not the case. What a letdown. If money could have settled this, I'd have just settled it with money. Nagito was so depressed, the movie must have been really, really bad.
Serves him right. He's a prick. And a fucking weirdo.
I definitely made the right call by not watching it. I should probably talk to Nagito. I'm so tired from boredom. If money would have gotten me out of seeing it, I should have just settled it with money.
Let me ask you something. If you were told you could pay $1.5 million and not watch that movie,
I'd gladly pay it.
quick answer. The movie must have been that bad, huh? Okay. Can I actually look around in the theater without watching the movie? I have to watch it since I bought the sticker, but it cost me $1.5 million. Maybe I was too hasty. No, I definitely made the right call, Hajime. You know, if Nagito is like that put off by it, I'm... What do you want, pet? Oh, it hatched, I guess. Presents are for friends. You're just a dumb virtual pet. Something I have 2 of, maybe? Memory notebook. Okay. That doesn't... I thought it might have been Kyoko from the first game, but that's that wasn't her last name, so is it actually somebody here? Kyoko Seonjin. No, nobody's name matches with that. I wondered if that was like an important, potentially important thing to hold on to, but I have 2 of them. Oto. I don't know. Probably just reading too much into something that's kind of irrelevant. I have 2 of these, I'll give you that. Can I not do that? Oh. I wanted to give it to my pet. You can have one of my Black Rabbit picture books, because why not? Yay, hope meter went up. Yep, there's that. Okay, so let's go to the hospital. I figured this would be the main thing that advances the story, because Fuyuhiko's probably here. This is probably where he got whisked away to when he almost died, trying to interfere with the execution of Peko. I mean, this feels like something out of a horror film. I definitely don't want to be a patient here. Holy sh... Sorry I scared you, but don't worry, even if you have a heart attack from getting too scared, this is a hospital after all. The moment I have a heart attack, I'll definitely have something I need to be worried about. But this hospital is a little strange. I can't find any doctors, nurses, or patients anywhere. Just as I thought, here too. Damn it, there's nobody here either. What's going on with this island? Did you miss the part where Monokuma literally said there was an apocalypse? Or are we still full on going all in on not believing anything Monokuma says? Because, I mean, you didn't play the first game, Hajime, so, but even then it was kind of ambiguous as to whether or not he was actually telling the truth, because we don't get to see what happens after everybody gets out of the school. So it could have been a normal day outside. But I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure the part about there being an apocalypse was probably true. Notice all the medical supplies are still here. I'm not sure they'll be useful unless we check them. That means I need to go check them, right? Understood. I'll go do that in a flash, so please don't hate me. That's what Ultra Despair... Oh, that makes sense, too. Because, Toko's in that one, right? And I think... I read a really... like, short summary of, like, what it was about and what it was... like, the mechanics were kind of, like, really weird and different. But, Toko was in it, and I think some of the other characters showed up, too. I don't remember. And it kind of sets up, I guess, the stuff that happens in this game, but it came out after, so if I play it at all ever, it will be after this one, because, you know, it's probably generally better to play the games in the order they came out, rather than the timeline order for most cases. She frantically ran to the other end of the dark hall and disappeared, making a huge fuss as she left. Guess that means it's okay to leave this place to her, huh? Oh, and Gundam's here. What is this? Paper on the bulletin board. Apparently it's a hospital notice, but there's no one on this island, so who is this notice written for? What does it say? Okay, you know, I mean, it's got Monokuma's face on it. You would think it's probably something important for us, but I guess fuck me, right? And there's creepy handprints all over the windows. That's definitely not unsettling.
Of all people, it seems I've immersed myself in nostalgia. This place is familiar, to the place where the mark of defeating the devil was carved into my body so long ago.
The mark of defeating the devil?
I have said too much. Forget what you heard, for your sake.
He was the one who volunteered that information, and now he's telling me to forget it? Gundam, you're weird. He has hamsters in his scarf. Patient room and consultation room are beyond this point, right? It's fine if I leave it to Mikon. No, because I'm the protagonist and I don't leave other people to investigate things, because then I have to wait for them to tell me stuff that I could be figuring out on my own. Oh, jeez. Hi, Sonia. Hi, Tommy, over here. Please hold on. Did something happen? Just then I went to the hospital and it appears Mikon has made a very serious... I was just there! Okay, I mean... It's probably because I didn't immediately go to the hospital first and I explored literally everything else. So this would be occurring after you explore everything else. It's just kind of funny that I was just talking to her like 30 seconds ago and she's already made a serious discovery and told Sonia about it, and Sonia came to find me as I walked out of the hospital where it happened. A very serious discovery at the hospital? It's not strange drugs or thick needles or anything like that, right? Because you're the same as me. It is the same as if I turn around, he's there, but I also remember that person in the wind. She's really into dramas. Someone refined Japan's legendary medical drama. That person in the wind aired in 1984 and set the standard for every trendy drama that followed. It is about a righteous rookie doctor and an elite senior doctor who fight over their mutual love interest. Actually, the lead actor and actress got married in real life. Why do you know so much about old Japanese medical dramas? Anyway, please hurry. We'll be waiting at the patient's room at the back of the... Patient's room at the back of the... Okay. So, to clarify, I went into the hospital, talked to Mikon, she went to investigate, I stepped out of the hospital, and Sonia tells me that Mikon has found something in the 30 seconds since I just talked to her. And now everybody else is here. I think I sequence broke the game just a little bit there. Are the others already here? And the patient's room is running the hallway, but everyone is apparently gathered at the room in the very back. You're not going with them? Miss Sonia, as expected from the Ultimate Princess, she cordially asked me to come. She's very much in touch with the feelings of us common folk. Nevertheless, I know my place, and I'm not reckless enough to go along with her. Since it's going to be such a touching scene, a worthless thing like me would just be a nuisance, right? A touching scene. So is this where Fuyuhiko got sent? I'm jealous of you. Jealous of me? You don't know what your talent is, but you're showing no distress, and you're even opening up to everyone.
Great.
That must mean you have a lot of confidence in yourself, right? Are you being sarcastic? Nope, not at all. So I wonder what sort of talent you really possess. Since you've dragged it out this long already, I'm sure it must be an appropriately magnificent talent. I think the twist is going to be that he's one of the reserved people who doesn't have any special talent, but still got to go to the school for some reason. Who knows? It's not like it's my fault for dragging this out. You're right. Sorry, I'm sorry for stopping you for such a foolish conversation. Please go on ahead, take care. What did he really want to say to me? I'm guessing we're gonna see Fuyuhiko's okay. Oh, that's a lot nicer looking. What the fuck is going on here? Is that an alien? Okay. I have several questions. I don't get to explore now. I'm being railroaded. Oh. Well, this did not lessen the amount of questions that I have. Why are there aliens? Why are people wearing Monokuma hats? Why is this set up like a ride at Disneyland? Alright. Apparently I'm the last one to show up. I should hurry and go. I was just here! When did everybody get here? Wait, what? Patient's room at the... That wasn't so much a hidden Monokuma as it was literally floating right there, but okay. Oh, this patient's room. Sounds like they're all here, but what are they doing here? I mean, it can only be that Fuyuhiko is here. Like, that's the only... There he is.
You look like you've seen a ghost. Fuyuhiko, are you alright? It's just a scratch.
It was a lot of scratches, but okay.
That's not a scratch at all, though.
Well, I'm relieved to see you. I was worried you were done for.
There's no way I'd die from something like this. There's no way I can die.
You can still totally die, dude. Just not because of somebody else's execution, because that would break the rules of only the murderer getting punished and everybody else getting to stay alive for a little longer until they get murdered. I asked Monokuma and he showed me his medical records. There's a lot of sword-related wounds, but they were relatively light wounds. No organs or nerves were damaged. Considering how fiercely he was attacked, this is pretty miraculous. You're a ballsy one. Is this what it's called, having the devil's luck?
Is that so?
Who knows? Maybe it wasn't luck.
Well,
Maybe Peko gave her life to protect Fuyuhiko.
are you serious?
She protected him while he was getting attacked by that horde of marionettes?
Still,
But if she really wanted to protect Fuyuhiko at all costs, it's not strange to think that she would have done that. I think it's better if we think about it like that.
You...
You think so too, right, Fuyuhiko? That must have been what you thought. There's no way you can die, right?
Who knows?
After forcing out those words, Fuyuhiko turned his bed away from us and stopped talking. I think Fuyuhiko should rest here for a while. His wounds haven't fully healed, so it'd be bad if he overexerted himself. No need to worry, I'll take care of him for the time being. I mean, that's what nurses are for.
Now then,
You hear that, Fuyuhiko? Just relax and get some sleep.
leave it to me.
I'll be the one who avenges you.
Obviously wrong.
Seriously, he's not dead! I mean, you can avenge somebody for reasons other than them being killed. You know, you can take revenge for any number of personal wrongs having been committed. Doesn't have to be that he died. No, you shouldn't, talk so loudly in front of the injured.
Hold on.
Akane Fuyuhiko has finally come back to us. You better not do anything reckless. I can't stand the thought of losing someone any longer.
I know that. I just have to win, right? This is bad. She doesn't understand at all.
Do whatever you want.
Hey, Nekomaru.
You're the kind of woman who refuses to listen once her mind is made up. I know that all too well. So do whatever you want. I don't care about you anymore. However, I'm never going to do it to you again.
Hit. Please keep your voices down. You're the loudest one here. Hey, wait a sec, Nekomaru. It was my first time. I never thought something that... Okay. They're talking about their sparring. Because they've been sparring and fighting each other a lot. But I see what they're doing here. My body still hasn't forgotten. Now you're saying you're just gonna stop all of a sudden? I didn't know how to get just thinking about it. Is it what I think it is? Yes, it's their sparring matches. They've been training and fighting each other since day one, pretty much.
But if you're not going to heed my warning, it's unfortunate, but it must come to an end.
As he spat those words, Nekomaru left the patient's room. I can't live without it! The voice that sounded like it wanted to cling onto Nekomaru Akane rushed out of the patient's room.
Oh my.
I wonder what that was all about. Well, obviously Nekomaru is afraid of enabling Akane doing something terribly, recklessly violent and getting herself killed over it. So he's gonna stop sparring with her because it's making her full of herself. It's finally quiet. It's such bad manners to raise your voice inside a hospital.
Humans are such foolish creatures.
Hey, Hyoko. It's nothing. Something's definitely wrong. She's glaring really hard at Fuyuhiko. Guess it makes... I mean, yeah, he was kind of the mastermind behind the plot that killed her best friend, so I sort of get why she'd still be pissed at him. Fuyuhiko was the one who got Mahiru killed by Peko. Yeah, I just said that. And and they also tried to frame her for that too, so... There's no way she's just gonna get over that. Why are you making such a scary face? Like, no matter what it means. It, right? He's still talking about it. Suspicious. It's definitely suspicious. All we gotta do is follow them. You think so too, right? I'm like 99.9% sure they were talking about their sparring. A fire that didn't need to be started has become a towering inferno. Oh wow, everybody's here. Okay. Gundam, what's going on?
Fuyuhiko's revival in the River Styx means he's returned to us stronger than ever before. That's what this black wind is saying.
What wind? We're inside a building.
Let us return to the place where hearts do not waver.
He's not listening, but that's par for the course for him. You want to call it quits for today? We can talk about it tomorrow. Oh, I'm talking. I know we're all here tired from the walking we've done today. Please leave Fuyuhiko to me. I will make sure he's nursed back to health. Considering he almost died, and now he's in the hospital, he'd be a prime target for the next murder. But I don't know, maybe I don't think she would do it.
I'll do my best.
She would have every single opportunity to do it, but I don't think she would. Do no harm and all that. Oh, but Hyoko might maybe try to bully her into it. Because Hyoko is especially bitchy toward her. So I could see if Fuyuhiko dies in that hospital, it will be probably because of Mikon being bullied into it by Hyoko, and I don't see that happening. I also did read somewhere that apparently the Chapter 3 trial is like stupid and defies all conventional logic, so I don't know. That scenario seems a little too cut and dry for that, so I don't know. We'll just see. I think I have a couple of free times to get through before, the story advances, so we'll just see.
Huh? You admire superheroes? Don't you understand what superheroes are like? Superheroes live to stop people from achieving their hopes and dreams, you know? They immediately attack people in groups because they don't have many friends themselves, you know? They're all short-tempered and say stuff like, "Now I'm mad," and "I won't forgive you," and laugh, you know? They're lazy people who will run away once the other guy starts fighting back, you know? They're willing to use weapons even if they're fighting someone who's alone or unarmed, you know? They're always the winner, so they don't know what it's like to have weaklings' worries, you know? And they like to wear flashy costumes, you know? Which means they're all a bunch of smart, good-looking, violent, stubborn elitists who don't have any friends.
Emergency! Emergency!
Do you really want to admire people like that?
I mean, there's probably plenty more reasons than just that to not admire superheroes if they existed in real life. And there's plenty of movies, shows, and comics that explore that idea that superheroes are just generally assholes. This is a chapter where things start to get a little weird. I would expect nothing less, but I definitely read a few comments about some of the logic in trials in the first game and comparing it to the second game, and there was someone who said that the Chapter 3 trial and the whole situation around it is like infamously stupid and obnoxiously like overcomplicated, and I don't know. I mean, we'll see if it lives up to what I've been led to expect of it.
Oak Peak Academy School Trip Executive Committee has an announcement to make.
But given that kind of vague meta spoiler, I don't think my imagined scenario of Fuyuhiko getting murdered in the hospital is that's a little too straightforward. So it's probably not what's going to end up happening.
Good morning, everyone. Looks like today is...
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ding dong, bing bong, all that shit. Okay. It's been a while since I've slept a lot. My head feels clearer thanks to that. Yeah, sometimes all you need is a good night's sleep. And look at all my Monokumas that I found. Oh, I can't, like, actually zoom in on him or look at him a little closer. That's fine. Oh, and You. I really want to learn more about her. Just like in general.
Hello.
Good morning. It's almost time to meet everyone at the restaurant, right? Yeah, I was about to go as well. When I went to check on Fuyuhiko, so I thought I was late. So you're busy this morning? Not at all. I'm only useful in situations like this anyway. How's Fuyuhiko doing? Might be better to ask you at... Well, it might be better to ask you at the restaurant when everyone's together. I shall go on ahead. I should go to the restaurant. Should I, though? I feel like I should talk to everybody I meet along the way. Yo, Nekomaru.
Voice is too soft.
Project your voice more from your stomach.
Does he have to be like this in the morning? Good morning!
All right, now your voice will reach the sun. And to our dear departed Mahiru and Peko.
You're right, I'm sure they heard it.
I'm just a mere team manager, therefore I don't know anything about art. However, when I saw Mahiru's photos for the first time, my vulgar heart was greatly shaken. Truly, that is a splendid thing. It's a pity what happened to Mahiru, but I will never forget how she taught me the value of art.
Yeah, I'll never forget it either. I mean, I know the value of art. I make plenty of art. So, don't need somebody to tell me the value of art by dying. Yo, Gundam.
For you to actually greet me in the morning, I praise your admirable endeavor, slave.
When did I become your slave?
Speaking of slaves, Peko too was a foolish soul.
Huh?
I accept her desire to merely remain her owner's loyal tool. However, that's a limitation of base creatures. My 4 dark devas of destruction are not tools, nor are they slaves. They are healthy underlings, and also friends whose loyalty is matched by their devotion to military rule. At times we clash over our ideals, and our tempers flare. But that only bolsters our power and allows us to reach greater heights. That is why I will one day exist as a supreme overlord of this world.
You train hamsters, dude.
As I thought, apparently it's too difficult for a simple human to understand.
Friends, huh? I think he's saying something very cool, but the fact that his friends are hamsters is a bit problematic. Yeah. Alright. What is up, Ibuki? What's happened? I want to listen. I want to listen to songs by Ibuki's favorite artists. There's no TV or radio here, you know? I'm starving to death from musical deprivation. Don't they sell CDs at the supermarket?
This is going nowhere.
They do, but there's only the classics and the usual mainstream pop. Right at this moment, new albums are plopping out all over the world. Doubt. Ninja hamsters? I have not seen them do anything remotely ninja-like yet, but... I mean, I'm not even halfway through the game yet, so I don't know. I'm surprised he wasn't the first one to use them to commit a murder, and, like, he could probably get away with it. But, I don't know. If only someone brought me a sweet CD they found on the floor. A CD, huh? If I ever find one, I should tell Ibuki about it. Oops. Not escape F1. I don't think I have any CDs. But I do need to visit the gift machine at my earliest convenience, because I have lots of coins. Yo, Hajime. Hey, good morning.
Hey,
You're looking better than usual. Everyone I've met is like that too. Did something happen? Well, Fuyuhiko is safe, that's probably why. I don't know why, but I also feel like I can eat more delicious food than usual. Speaking of which, why don't I challenge my limits? I'm gonna eat everything in the restaurant. Even though she's not aware of it. Akane definitely looks happy too. I guess I'll talk to Hyoko too, because why not?
Jeez.
Doesn't it feel like we're forced to meet up at the restaurant every morning? There's something I need to find at the supermarket today. Something to find. Want me to help you? It's fine. I'm just going to look for a camera, and I'll probably find it really fast. I have a camera. Oh! I do have a camera. It's actually a toy camera. Really? If that's the case, I probably need a real photographer anyway. What are you planning? Hey Hajime, I have a favor to ask. So would this not happen if I didn't have that camera in my inventory? Because I know there's like some hidden scenes that you don't get in the first game unless you have certain items in your inventory that you've got from the machine. So if I had given that camera to Mahiru when I wanted to, I wouldn't be getting this minor side story. Come to the music venue right after breakfast and bring a camera too. You got some free time, right? So it's okay, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, I was gonna talk to Mikon, but you get 2 free times, so I'll take this opportunity. Maybe it will advance Hyoko's character development and make her less of an awful person. It's really okay. I hope she doesn't make me do anything weird. She probably wants to do one of her dances on the stage and have you take pictures. I don't think that's weird. I mean, it's only a little weird because she looks like she's 12. Faces of everyone who gathered at the restaurant all look somewhat lighthearted. Everyone must be really happy that Fuyuhiko's safe.
Then
The day ended halfway yesterday, so let's try to put together our information about the new island.
jeez.
In the end, we couldn't even find a way to escape from this island, right? Seriously, you guys are useless.
Yes.
Hyoko, you're really, really testing my patience with your character development. But there's a music venue.
I got that, but what about clues that we really need? Clues like information about this island, or anything that might help us understand what's happening to us?
I found a laptop with all that stuff on it. In the town with all those machines, I found a clue contained within a file on one of the laptops. You saw that too? I was told about that by Nagito, so I checked it as well.
I saw it too. It's about the fact that Hope's Peak Academy has already been destroyed.
Huh? There's no way Hope's Peak Academy has been destroyed? It's probably just another one of Monokuma's pranks. There's no way Hope's Peak Academy would fall. But when? Like I'm still not clear on the timeline. Like the first game, that first group of students who went through, that whole game, they were at the school for like 3 years, and then there was like the rebellion, the overthrow of like society and collapse and apocalypse and all that stuff that was apparently instigated by some students at the school, and they sealed off the school, turned it into a giant ass bunker. Where were all these people while that was going on? I mean, I'm asking questions that are definitely going to get answered at some point, but I'm just trying to figure out how this matches up with the timeline that I know from the first game.
And why was Byakuya here? And why was he fat?
Even if it is a prank, it's not something he should be allowed to do. A symbol of hope getting destroyed. It's not something you should even joke about. If you're still wondering about it, it might be better if you just confirm it for yourself. If I remember to do it, I'll give it a try. So basically, on that island we found no way to escape, nor any useful clues this time around. Hold on. It's this time again, not this time around.
You don't have to correct us each time. However, it's not all bad news. Fuyuhiko will be able to return to us. That guy pisses me off, but it sure makes me happy to think he's gonna come back to us. He's recovering extremely well, so I'm pretty sure he can be discharged from the hospital in 1 week. However, he's probably lost the use of his right eye forever.
Oh. Yakuza Kid's gonna have a badass eye patch when he comes back.
He totally deserves that.
Okay, you're kind of right, Hyoko. Alright. I'm not saying I disagree with you on that.
Man.
He's lucky to be alive. I don't think it's too cruel to say he deserves to come out unscathed. And besides, you know, if he makes it out of this, he'll have a cool eye patch. You know, he'll look even more like the gangster he's gonna be.
Aren't you going a little too far? I sure did eat. I'm stuffed today, too.
You certainly eat a lot, even without listening to what others are saying.
Since I'm stuffed, I should go train now.
Train, you say? You hate training. How rare of you.
If I don't do it, I won't get stronger. I have to do it. Bye now.
Oh my.
She's like really pumped up.
Huh. I hope she's not thinking about doing anything bad.
Like trying to fist fight a giant Zoid. I didn't even read that last one. Okay, so we just went back to our cottages and I'm supposed to go meet Hyoko.
What does she want me to do with a camera at the music venue? Gee, I fucking wonder. There's a big stage there with all kinds of lights and fancy costume stuff. She obviously wants to do a photo shoot of some kind. I mean, how... It's such an inconsequential, like, detail, but you can't figure that out. Like, I have no hope for you solving, you know, 5 more murders.
Jeez.
You're late, Hajime.
Oh my.
If it isn't Hajime, what's up? Ibuki and Chiaki too. Why are you guys? Does the cameraman mean you, Hajime? Cameraman? Wait, hold on. I don't know what's going on. You sure are dense.
Okay, stop making me agree with the terrible person.
You won't get it unless I explain it to you. That's what it was impossible to find out with it.
I'm really glad he's not this much of an idiot during the important murder trials. Fuck's sake. We're gonna hold a memorial for Mahiru right now.
I see.
Mahiru told me she wanted to take pictures of me jamming on an instrument. And she also said she wanted to take pictures of Hyoko dancing. So we decided to do it all together here. I shall call this the Memorial Jam Session. I see, so I have to take pictures of that. I guess that's a great idea. I'm sure Mahiru is going to be happy.
Hey.
If you think so, you're going to accept the cameraman position, right? But that's a huge responsibility. Are you saying you don't want to do it because of that? No, I will. There's just no way my pictures will be as good as Mahiru's, but I'll take as many as I can.
Yep.
I'll be counting on you. I'll do my very best to play an instrument too. You too? First I heard about the idea from Ibuki and was just planning to watch. But look, I found this in a storage room. Is that a triangle? Even I can play something like this. So is it okay if I participate?
Right?
Instead of watching, I can join you guys. I want to mourn for Mahiru.
No problemo.
You don't need skill on this stage, just heart. I guess it's okay. My hero's probably gonna be happy about that. But if you suck, I'm gonna make you stop, okay?
How do you suck at the triangle? God, Hyoko's such a bitch. Part of me wants her to get murdered, but part of me also wants her to not and actually, like, be better.
My eyes are crushed by the silent serenade! Even the tips of my fingers are crimson red! It's so electric! It feels awesome!
Jackie's just like, and I'm here too. The combination is crazy and everyone's doing different things, but strangely it's harmonizing really well. Even though our paces are all different, will we be able to be like this in the future? Mahiru, can you hear this performance? Are you seeing Hyoko's dance? Not just Mahiru. Peko, Teru, Byakuya, are you all watching? We will never forget about you, ever. And we will not waste your deaths. We will survive and get off this island. Not all of us. But if the previous game is anything to go by, 5 or 6 of us. For sure. Now then, what should I do today? Awesome. Okay. First things first. I'm going to fast travel to... Oh, wait. Okay, no. I really want to talk to Mikon more. Is that... Oh, yeah, this... It's probably faster to get to the store from just leaving this area. No, okay, it probably would have been faster to just fast travel to the... left. It's right next to it, okay. Oh wait, this isn't the... Well, is there new stuff in the vending machine maybe? Let's see. Just so I have some of each of everything. It looks like it's all the same stuff. I don't know why I didn't buy those before. And then these are the expensive ones. This is actually where I got the camera that I still have. Man's a nut. Oh god. I got one of these randomly from something. I didn't buy it for sure. Well, Peko's gone, so there's no point in having that sword to give to her. Pretty sure she's the only one who would like that. Maybe Akane would like it, but some of these gifts are really obviously intended for specific characters. I should get going to the beach because that's where the random machine is. Oops. Ah, no, how do I... There it is. Oh, I can't fast travel to it though. It's just right here. Hi Akane, I'm here for the Mono machine. Let's see what we get from the 1 coins. Really? 2 in a row, the same thing? With a 22% repeat chance? Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. I have one of those. Come on. Find something Mikon would like. Something that's obviously meant for her. Oh. I got that for 1 coin instead of 50. I like it. That was the nut. Pants. Cool. Alright. Lucky. Oh. That still happens? Even though I'm not the ultimate lucky student this time? Oh man. It takes a lot to bring it down even just a little bit. Okay. Toilet paper. That would have been useful 4 or 5 months ago. Another one of those memory notebooks. Oh, maybe this is where I got that one the first time. Must have been. Heh, I got an achievement. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? I don't think Steam overlay shows up in capture though. Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Clearly not, because my repeat rate is only 32%, which means I only have a 32% chance of getting the same thing that I've already had before. Ah, it takes 10 coins to move it down at all. I have that already. Let's put in 50. Definitely something I didn't already have. And I got lucky. Something else I didn't already have. And again. Wow. Okay. That's probably good for a while. How's my pet doing? Clean. Good. Look at all my stuff. Behold my stuff. Chocolate chip jerky. Sweet buns. I feel like any food at all would be just good to give to Akane, but apron dress? It might seem like you won't be able to define your mesh, but you'll be on the one. Okay. Fresh bindings. See when your average both body and soul become taut. Come on, these from A lot of these are usually references, and I feel like I don't get most of them. Classes that let you see your passions as they blend with reality. They also have a function that lets you shoot your passion like a laser. Warning, this laser will come out your butt. See, that sounds way too specific to not be a reference to something, and I just don't get it. Popular name brand bracelet, blah blah blah. It increases the wearer's visibility by 10%. Hope's Peak ring. Okay, Spectre ring. A blonde earthling was wearing this when he was swept into our world from a distant galaxy. A very icy, lame joke is sealed within the ring. He was swept into our world from a distant galaxy. Spectre ring. So a lot of them sound like references, and I don't get them. Ogami clan. Oh, Ogami. That was Sakura from the first game. Book which documents the 708 meridian channel pressure points. 708 meridian channel pressure points that exist throughout the human body. Those who master these can become the ultimate masseuse. Okay. Headphones, those are obviously for Ibuki. Meteorological instrument that measures barometric. Okay, I can't imagine who I would give that to. Flash suppressor. Manufactured by Volcanic Knuckle, this suppress blah blah blah. Amplify the sound like a tiger roar. Fun plane, I already gave that to Chiaki. I would have given the camera to Mahiru, but she got murdered, so ghost stones, second button. I have 2 of those. Bamboo sword sheath, that's another one that would have been good for Peko, but she dead too. Wave dissipators. Fishing rod. I now have 3 memory notebooks. Pen, tissue. I had one of these. I gave it to Mahiru and she did not like it. Man's nut. A huge nut that can't be found in nature, said to exist within a man's heart. And consuming it will increase your power to pursue romance. Okay. Oh, bandage wrap. It's not toilet paper. I can give that to Mikon. She's into that kind of like medical stuff and demonstrate your morbidity or cruelty. I don't know what that means, but okay. And now I have 2 Hagakure crystal balls. That got broken in the first game. Why do I have 2 of them? Only one of them was broken in the first game. That was Hero's. Yasuhiro Hagakure. The ultimate clairvoyant. Spoiler, he also survives. And then this is all the story stuff. Cool. So I do have something that I can try giving to Mikon and maybe learn some details about her backstory. That if interactions with her or anything to go by is probably very sad. Where is she? Oh man. I hope the fact that I can't find her does not mean what I think it might mean. Wait, is that her? It's kind of hard to tell from the pixel art sometimes. She would be in the hospital. That would make sense. Okay, there she is. I couldn't tell from the pixel art that it was her, but when I wanted to give that camera to Mahiru, I couldn't find her on the map and actually do the free time stuff with her, and she ended up being dead. Or she ended up getting murdered. So I'm so glad we found a hospital. The drugstore has plenty of medicine, and now we can treat most injuries and illnesses. Yes, do it. Are you not feeling well? Then I'll take a look. Don't hold back. Please show me. Okay. I spent time today running away from Mikon's attempts to examine me. Move a little closer. Yes, I would like to give her a present. I have bandages that she will probably like. Yes. I'm pretty surprised that you have something like this. But for some reason, I feel a little closer to you. Enough to tell me about your tragic backstory? Internet cut out for a few minutes. I'm not sure what all you missed. I was putting coins in the random machine and got a bunch of stuff, and I got some bandages that I just gave to Mikan to hopefully unlock her tragic backstory. But as far as the story, I don't think you missed anything. Oh, and speaking of internet going out, my bitrate has just cratered. So there's probably gonna be some frame droppage for a minute. Not that it's really gonna be that noticeable, because I mean this game is like 90% still imagery anyway. Maybe that fan in the background will kind of stutter for a second, but it'll even out. It's actually been surprisingly stable today. Did I do something wrong again? Seriously, you didn't do anything. I already told you that I just want to talk to you normally. I see, I'm glad. If you would like to talk, I don't really know what everyone likes yet. There might be lots of things I'm not good at doing, but I'll do anything, so please let me know. Do anything? Of course, I'll do anything. I don't think you should say something like that so freely. I mean, before we arrived here, everyone didn't seem to mind. I tried eating strange bugs, and I let them use my body when there wasn't anything else to write on. I had to be responsible for deaths and be the target. Okay. What? Doesn't sound like a joke at all. How can you be smiling when you were forced to do stuff like that? Do you actually enjoy it? Obviously, I don't want to do that stuff at all, but if it makes everyone not hate me and smile... Alright, yeah, the profound concern you have, Hajime, I've had that pretty much since we first talked to this girl. Would you like to try it out too? Doodling is very fun. Please draw on me. Okay, that's relatively tame compared to all the other stuff you were talking about. Also good at pretend. Okay, now you're making it weird and creepy and very concerning. Let's talk again later. You need to calm down. I mean, I was definitely right about her having been through some shit. It's like I ran away or something, but I should definitely try to talk to her properly next time around. Felt like Mikan was still watching me from somewhere forever. Oh, so the thing with Hyoko didn't take up a free time thingamajig? I guess that's just an extra thing I unlocked for having a camera in my inventory. Oh, you might have actually missed that. So because I had the camera in my inventory that I was going to give to Mahiru, but I didn't get to do that, I guess I unlocked like a special scene where Ibuki and Hyoko and Chiaki just danced around on stage with instruments and wanted me to take pictures of them, so I did that because I had the camera. It was like a just a thing for Mahiru, I guess, so it was kind of cool, I guess, but I thought it would take up a free time thing, but apparently I still have one, so and I wanted to talk to Mikan because I wanted to see if I was if my theories about her tragic backstory were correct, and it seems like they mostly were. And I just bumped my microphone. Let's raise that up a little bit so I don't keep doing that. Where is everybody? Who is around? I don't think I've talked to Akane much. I really don't want to talk to Nagito ever again, but... and I can't talk to the dead people. I haven't talked to Gundam, Kazuichi, or Nekomaru. Or Ibuki. Wait. So who was immediately nearby? Chiaki, I've talked to quite a bit. Hyoko. Gundam's at the ranch. I think I'll talk to Gundam. If for no other reason that it's kind of fun to do his voice. Because he has a deep voice, but not rough sounding like Nekomaru's. Wait, ranch is this way, isn't it? There you are, dude.
Nature, the collective will of the world.
It might be better if we ended this already. Could I even hang out with someone like Gundam? I mean, if Makoto can hang out with notorious mass murderer genocide Jack, I'm sure you can talk to this weird sorcerer who trains hamsters. Oh, I hear a voice yearning for salvation. Then let us press on. It seems I might still be entertained. I was forced to listen to Gundam's endless delusions. Looks like Gundam and I grew closer today. I will give him a present. Yeah, brightly colored jeans. Yeah, he seems like a brightly colored jeans guy. No, definitely not. No. No, I wanted to... Crap. I wanted to look at that and see what it said about it. And I accidentally gave it to him. Oops. I guess I'll accept it for the time being. You should prepare a better offering next time. But you like jewelry, though. I mean, the whole plot point of the first case was you losing an earring. But I wanted to check the thing I was going to give you and not necessarily give it to you. I thought maybe the crystal ball might be a good one, but... it's better if you don't get any closer than that. An automatic barrier is generated independently of my will. It's not like I'm getting close or even planning to get close. Which reminds me, there's something I haven't asked you yet. It doesn't matter that your temporary name is Hajime Hinata. Tell me your true name, friend. What the heck is this true name thing? So you're not foolish enough to tell me so easily. Well, yeah, I mean, even if I knew my true name, I wouldn't give you that kind of power over me. Tell me your hidden name. I don't have anything like that.
What?
Then what is your special ability? There's no way I have one of those. So you really are just a mere human. I suppose it can't be helped. Then let me talk to you about something that even a mere human can understand.
What happened?
Ask me anything. AMA. Oh, so I have to ask. However,
It's free for you to ask, but make sure you try not to understand. After knowing my true terror, it will be quite a sight to see how long your sanity will last. Does he want to talk or not? Which is it? Talking to him is starting to get annoying, but he's totally ready and waiting for me. I guess I have to ask something. What do you do with your free time usually? So, you're interested in my lifestyle? Fine then, I shall reveal a portion of that to you. Training, human hunting, craft spell components. Despite my looks, I'm quite the busybody. However, managing my website takes up the bulk of my time. Huh? Obviously, sorcerers around the world are waiting to see my research results. Of course, my website has been magically enchanted so only the chosen ones can view it. That's not how that works. A mere human like you will only be able to access the dummy site called Exciting Breeding Journal. I'd rather check out the Ultimate Breeder's Exciting Breeding Journal anyway. Then I will make sure to show you. Well, if we ever get out of here, that is. Well, are there any other questions?
What's your favorite food?
You certainly hit the mark well. I'm fond of the orange melon which bears the face of the devil.
Are you talking about a pumpkin?
There is no other food as high in nutrients nor as versatile to a variety of cooking methods. More importantly, its seeds are the most effective food source for my 4 dark devas of destruction. However, you must carefully wash them, dry them in the sunlight, peel off the thin skin, and lightly fry them.
I see. That sounds pretty difficult.
Is there anything in this world that isn't difficult? Pleasure and pain are irrelevant as long as you have a purpose, and take action for that sake.
You're right, that's exactly right. Gundam is hard to understand sometimes, but I do understand the intent behind his words. Somehow, even though it's only a little, I feel like I'm starting to get to know Gundam better. Okay, that was interesting. After showering Gundam with questions until he was satisfied, he finally let me go. Ding dong bing bong. It's officially nighttime, right?
It is now.
Yep.
Please return now then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night.
Yeah.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Sure, I'm gonna have a peaceful day like this for a change. Yep, I mean, people getting murdered all around you. Sometimes you just need to take a break from it all.
It's a waste of time to constantly worry about things. Well, if you really want to waste time that badly, I won't stop you. I'm not saying that killing meaningless time is bad or anything. I mean, even happy times, sad times, painful times, fun times, times you want to remember or want to forget. They all end up becoming nostalgic memories eventually. So isn't killing time by worrying about things an effective way of dealing with that worry? Do your best at worrying about things and killing time.
Okay. Ding dong bing bong.
Excuse me.
Good morning. Wait. Oh. Okay. Hi, Ibuki. You just broke into my house. Okay. Today's gonna be another perfect tropical day. What the? What a huge success. I received such a nice reaction. Ibuki, how did you get in here? Jeez, Hajime, you're so careless. Careless? I made sure I locked the door. And I destroyed that worthless lock. So you literally broke into my house. Why'd you destroy it? Who cares? More importantly, there's something important I need to tell you. What? That was just 3. If you got time to nitpick others, then hurry up and meet me at the restaurant. I'll explain the details there, so I'm counting on you. She's like a hurricane. But she did take time to come all the way to my cottage to summon me. Did something bad happen again? Doesn't sound like she didn't really have a something bad has happened tone. She's a little depressed now. Whoops. She broke my door open. For no reason. Nagito. What do you fucking want?
Ah, good morning, Hajime. Even if you ignore me, I'm already happy that our eyes have met. You really are a kind person.
Hey,
Anyway, after what happened to Fuyuhiko, you understand what I was saying a little better now, right? What do you mean?
don't know.
Fuyuhiko involved himself in Pego's execution. I did say that it felt unpalatable to me, but Fuyuhiko returned to us
It's
alive.
obvious.
He used Peko's death as a stepladder so he could shine even brighter and cling to an even stronger hope. You...
What?
What? You don't agree?
Well,
It's been decided that's what hope should be. That's why you and the others progressed forward. We should chat later. We need to be at the restaurant soon. I'll go on ahead. How long does he plan to keep saying such foolish things?
Until he dies or is revealed as the ultimate mastermind behind everything. And then dies.
Oh, it's you, Hajime. Were you also summoned by Ibuki?
Why would she break into everyone's houses to summon them if we all meet at the restaurant every morning anyway? Has she been going around waking people up? Did she break the lock to your room too?
No, that never happened. I was awakened by a knock at my door going at a 337 clapping rhythm and some shouting.
That sounds extremely annoying. Was I the only one whose room got broken into?
But for her to go to the trouble of waking us up, what in the world happened? I have a very bad feeling about this. Let's make haste and head over.
I don't have a bad feeling. I think she's just being weird, but I don't know. Maybe something bad did happen. When I arrived at the restaurant, the first thing I saw was everyone's backs as if they were forming a circle around something. Did somebody die? Oh,
I got something on
eye patch! I fucking called it.
around like this so soon?
He's even got like a symbol on it and everything. Cool.
Well, he shouldn't be okay.
Whatever I say after this point, I apologize in advance if I make a mistake. My last name is Kuzuryu. My first name is pronounced Fuyuhiko.
Okay.
I'm still an inexperienced member of my family's business. From this point forward, I hope we get along so we can get to know each other better.
Okay. So he's done a complete 180 on that. I guess a near-death experience will do that to somebody, and I am not going to question it or complain. So if we can almost kill Hyoko, maybe she'll be better too.
Just what the hell was that?
It's nothing really, just a greeting.
There's no way that was just a greeting. Yet, I feel like that was the first time Fuyuhiko ever greeted us.
That eye patch of yours, it's nothing.
There's no way that's nothing since that eye is no longer...
You can't see out of it, huh?
It's only one eye. Besides, don't I look like I gained some prestige? That's exactly what I was saying! It's really fitting for a future Yakuza boss.
However,
Here you go. Why are you acting all cool and stuff? Don't you understand the position you're in right now? She does have a point. He is kind of directly responsible for the death of her best friend.
you.
Do you really think we'll forgive you for that? Forgive you that easily for what you did? Don't you get it? It's your fault Mahiru is dead. Not just Mahiru, Peko died because of you too. It's all your fault. She ain't wrong. Just, she's a bitch, but she's right. You've finally been able to get together with everyone. So what if we're all here? You better not say we're friends or something. There's no way a killer like him will ever be our friend. You're right. It's all my fault. I already know that. It's my fault that those two are dead. Are you planning to just give us your so what attitude? It's not that.
Huh? What? Hey, don't mess with me. Do you really think we're gonna forgive you if you just drop to your knees and cry? Do you really think a half-assed apology will make us forget what you've done?
No, I don't think that at all.
Oh.
This is... Ah! It's blood! It's blood!
You probably should have spent a couple more... Oh, he... Are you saying he cut open his own friggin' stomach? Did he just seppuku in front of everybody? That's not cool. Oh, what are you doing?
Being forgiven by such a half-assed apology. But if I don't do this, my feelings won't feel resolved.
That doesn't mean you should slice your stomach.
You must carry him to the hospital as soon as possible.
You're right, Kazuichi. Lend me a hand.
Yeah, sure thing. Stop it, I can walk there myself. There's no way you can walk. Even though I took the time to patch you up, now I need to sew your wounds all over again. I feel so ashamed. In the end, I made trouble for everyone again. Who cares about that? Let's go. Okay. That's a thing that happened. Well, this is awkward. No kidding. How should I start out a conversation?
Well,
Hey, Hyoko, I've been thinking about this for a while, but what would Mahiru say about all this? I know you guys were best friends, so what do you think? What would Mahiru say?
what would Mahiru say? She'd probably get mad. Really mad. And after she got mad...
It's definitely not possible. There's no way it'd be that easy to move on. We never had to think about death until we came to this island. So when we're forced to suddenly confront it, there's no way we'd know how we're supposed to deal with it. We're not that strong.
Hey,
This is a rare occurrence. If you're thinking about saying something inappropriate again, now is not the best time. No, it's not that. Does anyone know where Akane is? Don't tell me she got murdered at some point. Did she try to punch one of the robots? Now that you mention it, she's gone. It's so strange for her not to join us at breakfast. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. She doesn't miss out on food. Like, ever. Bad feeling? Hasn't she been acting a little weird these past few days? She's always weird. You're one to talk, Gundam. I'm a little worried, though. She's not the one I'm worried about. I mean, I'd be worried about literally every single person on this island, but... as soon as somebody starts acting out of character, or not being in a place they usually are at the time they're usually there, it's a bad sign. Do we have free time again? Never felt so fatigued in the morning before. It's probably because of everything that's happened. But that feeling decided to move on. There's no such thing as a useless day for us anymore. Ah, I do get free time. Okay. Well. Who should I... whoop. Who should I invest my free time in today? I really don't want to talk to Nagato, ever, but... Maybe it would... Where is everybody? Is there anybody... Anybody I might want to talk to more than Nagato? Oh, Mikan's in her cottage. I thought she'd be at the hospital, taking care of Fuyuhiko. Chiaki or Mikan? I do like Chiaki. She's like the Kyoko of this game, which I thought they were, like, based on the first trial, I kind of thought they were setting up Nagito to be that, but then he got all Nagito about it. So now I think Chiaki is kind of like your right-hand competent assistant person. Oh, I actually get to go inside her cottage during free time. Okay, so I guess. I mean, sure. Okay. I can't believe someone would actually slit their stomach. Yep, we're getting to the bottom of this. Nagito is like your Byakuya and Chiaki is your Kyoko. Sounds about right. Yeah, I would. I accept that. That makes more sense. It's just that they kind of started out like in the first chapter, the first trial and investigation and all that. Nagito is like really, you know, like holding your hand through everything and being like Kyoko was. It's like, hey, make sure you talk to this person. Look at all these and make sure you pay attention to this. And it turned out that he was the one who actually was planning the murder, but screwed it up. So yeah, I don't know. And then Chiaki kind of took over in chapter 2, and it's like, yeah, she's the one who kind of knows what she's doing. I spent time today cheering up a depressed Mikan. I feel like that's a little bit redundant, but okay. Oh, I don't think I have another present that would be good. I gave her the bandage wrap already. I think she liked it. Tissue? It has medical applications, right? Unless I find something that's objectively better than that, maybe I'll give her the tissues. Maybe the apron dress? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'll give her the tissue. Yes, for you. It's been a while since anyone gave me something for free. I'm so happy. It kind of seems like it's a lot more ambiguous when you give them presents than it was in the first game. Like, it was pretty, like, obvious when you gave them something that they like or something that they didn't really care for or something that they hated. But it seems like in this one they just accept pretty much anything, and you kind of just have to guess from their reaction whether or not they liked it, and you don't even comment on it. It doesn't really matter. I'm sorry I had a weird attitude too. You didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault. That's definitely it. Well, I'm trying to say it was my fault, so... Jimmy, you look pale. Oh, really? Your blood circulation looks worse than usual. Have you been eating breakfast? Have you been getting enough sleep? Getting enough sleep on the murder island, where my friends are all getting killed off. I've been eating somewhat, but I guess I'm not getting enough sleep. I understand you can't... Oh. There you go. Can't help it since we're in this situation. But try to avoid consuming any stimulants before you sleep. Take deep breaths and do some light stretching. Little things like that should help with the quality of your sleep. If you don't get enough sleep, it can weaken your immune system and lead to various illnesses. So please be careful. Also, is something the matter? No, I'm just a little surprised. I forgot to get a hold of myself again. I'm terribly sorry, I'm terribly sorry.
Stop apologizing for everything.
You're wrong, you're amazing. As expected of the ultimate nurse. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just skilled at reading people's faces. It's been like this ever since I was young. I would get beaten up at school and at home.
There it is. That's
what I was suspecting. Since nobody would treat me when I was hurt. I did it myself and eventually got... I didn't say it before, but I was definitely thinking that she learned her nursing techniques by practicing on herself from having to patch herself up because of, an abusive home life. So, I mean, I can say I was thinking that, but because I didn't say it, I guess it doesn't count. But yeah, that was a big theory that was like floating around in my head that I didn't actually say out loud. But yeah, you have an amazing talent for helping people, and even now you noticed right away that I wasn't feeling well, right? So thank you for caring about me. I always treated myself for my own sake, but one day I realized something. Sick people and injured people are weaker than me. Well, I mean, if you ignore a sick or injured person, they won't be able to endure the pain, and if worse comes to worse, they could even die, right? But if I know the proper way to treat them, that means my words are absolute. Which means they'll need me. They'll depend on me completely. That's why I can't leave the sick and the injured alone. I feel like that's not a healthy reason to want to help people. But, given your background, I can see how you could come to that way of thinking. They always listen to what I say. I was slowly starting to understand Mikon little by little, but I guess I was completely wrong. Yeah. It's not often the protagonist says exactly what I'm thinking, but when he nails it, he nails it. Hajime, I've said something unnecessary again.
Sorry.
Do you want me to buy you something to drink? I know, I'm really good at imitating a sea turtle when she's about to... What? What does that even mean? If you don't feel well, I'll take care of you with all my might. No, I'm fine. In fact, I'm feeling really energetic all of a sudden. That's great to hear. If I show her any weakness, it'll be the end of me. Okay. I kept talking to Mikon and avoided talking about illnesses. I was exhausted when I got back to my room. Still right out, there's plenty of time today. No, yeah, free time. Let's see where everybody's at. Kazuichi's home. Nakamaru's home. Yeah, I mean, if Nekamaru's right here, I haven't even, Actually, I do have something that I definitely know would be a good present for Ibuki. Maybe I'll track her down and get one of those hope fragments from her. She's probably at the oh, Nagato's at the library. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there's Akane. She's here. I thought she was missing. But, oh, she's right here. Gonna visit you. Go away. Okay. Yeah, we were wondering about you, but I guess it's fine if you're here. I didn't even look at the map and see if this was where Ibuki was, but I'm taking a wild shot in the dark. Nope, she's actually not here. Oh, she's in the storage room. She is here. You.
Hello?
Hyperactive musician. Yes, let's hang out. Based purely on the fact that I know I have something that I know she would want. I have that headphone thing. I spent time today discussing various things with Ibuki. And that's that. Yep. Dude. Where is it? There it is. These are hella psychopop. Yeah, sure. I'm sure she'll love it.
Good job.
Why does Hajime want to know what Ibuki wants?
Meow.
Jesus, is bad. I might end up falling in the... Oh, okay. That was... Man, that's all it takes.
Hajime.
What?
Meow.
Hurry up and choose me. What?
Hey, hey.
Were you ever in any school clubs? School clubs? I don't know, because I can't remember my entire time at the school. Oh. See, we're on the same wavelength, Mr. Protagonist. Can't say for sure because of what happened to our memories, but I probably wasn't in any clubs. I think Mr. Protagonist was one of the students who was probably part of the, like, insurrection. And he somehow, like, got mixed up with these guys and did the memory wipe thing, and I'm sure that's probably gonna be a major plot reveal. Isn't it obvious? You should be part of Ibuki's music club from now on. For a while, everyone thought music clubs were outdated because the rock and roll boom was dying off.
That's totally it.
And now music clubs are super popular with boys for some reason. We should jump on the bandwagon too. I'm not really into music. No problem. You can just pretend you're playing an instrument while a track plays in the background. That's not something the ultimate musician should say. Well, I mean, she can play her instrument. She's good at it. I can just pretend. But even if I'm pretending, I've never held a musical instrument. Everyone starts at some point. As long as you feel the love, there's no problem. It's not quite that simple. Jamming out is so much fun. It'll be popular with the ladies. Chicks go out with guys who pretend to be musicians all the time. By the way, Ibuki thinks guys who don't like bands are narcissists, so she doesn't like them. That isn't something the ultimate musician should say either. Now choose the musical instrument you want to use. Ibuki has tips on guitar, so you can't use that. I played a type of instrument before, so it doesn't matter. Okay. I would go with keyboard because, yeah, reasons. I actually got a little USB MIDI keyboard for Christmas because I want to learn how to use it with a music program that I downloaded that apparently works with it. And yeah, I'll see if I can figure out how to make some decent music for the game that I'm working on. Because it would be really great to be able to do everything myself and not have to, like, you know, commission an actual musician to do all that stuff and work all that out, and I can just figure out how to do it myself. Because it's easier, but also harder because I don't know the first thing about music. So yeah, that'll be a fun challenge. You know, learning a whole new thing in addition to the process of making the game. Also learning to make music, and you know, it'll be interesting. I don't know how far I'll get. That's why I specifically asked for a cheap little keyboard, that because you know, even if I don't end up getting a lot done with it, it won't be like oh, I asked for this huge, expensive, like super complicated thing and ended up just shoving it away in my closet. It's like, you know, I'm not heavily investing too much into that idea that I might actually get something out of it. We'll see though. You can play the keyboard? What a surprise. I can't yet. I've never even touched one before. I have to make sure it worked, but beyond that, I don't know anything about actually making music with it, or composing anything, or you know, like hearing a tune in my head and translating that into actual like music that can be read and played. Like, I don't know, there's like some disconnect in my head there. It's like when you can picture something in your head, but then you try to draw it, and it's like it doesn't come out anything like what you had in mind. It's like that, but for music. So I'm pretty sure if I could probably find tutorials and stuff about how to do that, and it'll be good. Because so far I'm 2 for 2 on finding YouTube tutorials for learning how to use programs I didn't know how to use before. I learned how to use Adobe Illustrator, and I learned how to use Blender from YouTube tutorials. So the thing is, though, it helped that I was able to use, like, a lot of stuff I do in Photoshop I could do in Illustrator. It's just easier and faster when you know like the specifics of the program. And then same for Blender. I knew how to use Maya. So it was just a matter of like learning how to actually use all the tools. And I don't have any past experience for making music, is the thing. So it's literally starting from square one. And yeah, it'll be a lot more challenging than any of the other like stuff that I've learned how to do. But I'm sure there's stuff out there on YouTube for like reading music and learning to play a piano, which is basically what the keyboard is. So yeah. Anyway, it's easy to tell if you're faking it playing the keyboard, so that's it. No, it's not. If anything, the keyboard's probably the easiest one to fake. Nobody's looking all that closely at your hands, and unless there's like a camera pointed at your hands, nobody's going to be able to tell you're not playing the notes you're pretending to play. Okay. I mean, drums would also be really easy to tell that someone's faking. So I guess bass it is. Denied? But I thought it was okay as I didn't pick the guitar. You might stand out too much and steal the bookie spotlight. Okay, so I have to be the drummer, even though that would be just as easy to tell if I'm faking it?
Good job.
That's awesome. Alright, it's decided. Drums are great because you can just hit them to the beat and you don't have to know how to read music. Fair, but, you know, I feel like pretending to play the keyboard would be even easier. As long as you can move your arms and legs independently of each other, even a novice can play them real easy. I feel like it's not that simple. Every drummer in the world would hate you for saying that.
I see.
I mean, there's definitely way more to it than just smashing things. Anyway, I feel like it'd probably be easier to learn than most other instruments, but it's not like you can just pick it up and do it. Someone's learning how to use a loudspeaker. Hold on a second, why do you need a loudspeaker? It's a must-have item for live performances. Doesn't mean you just hold it and scream into it. If you don't put your soul into it, the loudspeaker won't respond to you. Put your soul into it. Shout, shout! Let it all out. These are the things I can do without. I was forced to do some weird training that didn't make any sense to me at all. I didn't really understand Ibuki to begin with, but with this, I don't understand her even more. I mean, I don't think there's all that much to understand there. She's a musician. Musicians are weird. Artists are weird in general. I feel like you can't be an artist if you're not weird. Like, just being a boring normal person also has to stunt your imagination, I'm pretty sure, so yeah. Ever since I arrived at this island, a day passes by abnormally fast. Well, that's because it's a visual novel, so, you know, you can do an entire day's worth of interacting with somebody in about 5 minutes. That's why you're the protagonist of a visual novel. The doorbell? Does that mean someone's here? No, it just means your doorbell rings randomly for no real reason, dude. Come on. You're here to investigate murders, and you have to ask yourself why your doorbell's ringing.
Nice to have met ya.
Jesus Christ, Ibuki, what do you want now? It's the past tense of nice to meet you, you know, since we've already exchanged nice to meet yous. Ibuki, you again.
That's totally it.
Allow me to apologize for surprising you with my sudden visit. I'm sorry. Well, it's a lot better than the last time when you broke into my room. Isn't there like a rule against vandalism or something? So shouldn't Monokuma be on her case about that? About breaking my door down? You must be the type who holds grudges. My ears and joints hurt. That means you have gout. So what do you want? Ibuki doesn't get it either, but it looks like an invitation was sent to everyone. Invitation?
Yes.
See this thing? Invitation ticket, 9 p.m. at Titty Typhoon. Party for Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu's recovery. Oh, okay. That's totally a girl's handwriting. That's not handwriting at all. That is clearly typed and created in some kind of graphic design program. How do you have handwriting with a gradient on it like that? Recovery party for Titty Typhoon. Is this Monokuma's doing again?
Why you?
Don't put that in the same category as Monokuma. Is this your doing? I don't know what you're talking about at all. Ibuki just brought the invitation. It's definitely her. Ibuki has some preparations, so I'll go on ahead. I'll leave it to you. She even said preparations. She's completely behind this. Yeah, we spent the entire day there, dude. That's in 30 minutes. Ah, that rare occasion where the actual time matters. It's not just nighttime, it's about 9. Even though it's a party for Fuyuhiko's recovery, is he even going to be able to come? He just lit his stomach this morning. Oh, just had 0 bit rate for a second there. Hold on. Okay, it's been mostly stable so far. There's just a couple hiccups. Okay. And like I said earlier, probably not even noticeable given the all the intense animation and action that's happening on the screen at every given second. My scrolly text might kind of skip around, and my camera's probably gonna be like a little out of sorts for a second, but yeah. Anyway, to the music place, the titty place, which, yeah, sounds a lot more, a lot less wholesome than it probably actually is. Yeah, I don't feel like walking. I will fast travel. Oop. Ah, go. There. Past the hospital. Oh, how is my pet doing? Oh dear. That's just terrible. Have some of this stuff, I guess. Camera gets choppy, but it's unnoticeable. Yeah, that's what I figured. You know, if this were an action game, like a first-person shooter or something, it'd probably be unwatchable for like a minute or two, but then the bitrate stabilizes and it's like fine. But there's not usually a lot of action in this kind of game anyway, so. Hey, the gang's all here. What's up, Gundam?
This too must be the will.
Tonight's constellation heralds the banquet that celebrates Fuyuhiko's resurrection. How idealistic.
Nearly showtime.
Now then, let us begin the ceremony of darkness. Sky, who cares anymore?
Now I can tell you have something story relevant to say. Ibuki invited you too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm honored. But since everyone else is also going to be here celebrating Fuyuhiko's recovery, no matter what, I think it's too rude for someone like me to go inside before everyone else arrives. You don't have to worry about me. You can go inside first. Believe me, I'm not worried. He is like the sketchiest person in all of history. Hey, he is here. Several people had already arrived at the music venue, but... Fuyuhiko, why are you... What, is it bad that I came? No, not that. Is it okay for you to move around?
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's nothing. There's no way you're okay. You're seriously injured.
So,
Yeah, she was just talking about how people listen to her when she's treating them because they're injured and all that, and Fuyuhiko's just like, no, fuck that. I don't listen to you. I do what I want. They took the time to throw a party for me. There's no way I wouldn't come. Oh, shut up, Pokemon Go. I understand how you feel, but you really shouldn't overwork yourself. I'm not overdoing it.
Fine then. Just let him do whatever he wants.
But
It's fine, just let him be. Apparently Yakuza have pain tolerance down to an art.
yeah, you know, that tracks actually. That makes sense. You know, I could see that being a thing. Can't believe he's actually forcing himself to join this kind of event. The old Fuyuhiko probably wouldn't have come no matter how much we invited him. He's probably trying his very best to change.
hey,
But it looks like Hiyoko definitely didn't come.
That seems to be the case.
And Akane's not here too. Somebody's gonna get murdered while we're at this party.
What is that wild woman off doing? I hope she's not planning to do anything strange.
As if on cue, right when Nekomura expresses unease, that's when it happened.
My,
Oh my. Suddenly the stage lit up very brightly and the person who appeared was... Ibuki.
hey y'all! It's Ibuki Miona! Thanks for coming out today! My specialty is making beef stew!
I thought you were the ultimate musician. That would be Teru Teru, whose specialty is making stew.
I may not look like it, but people tell me that I'm a nurturing type.
Sure?
So I'm gonna do my very best performance so I can make everyone feel better. I hope you're all pumped up.
Yay! Just as I thought, that's what she was going for. Well, she is the ultimate musician after all. I can't imagine what else she'd do at a music venue.
Right! I'll start singing this first song with full-on energy. So put your hands together for From Me to You Too.
Is this an actual song that's gonna get me in copyright trouble? Or is it just going to be implied that she's been singing? I can probably look forward to her musical stylings. I love how I have the opportunity to skip this, but... there's background vocals in Japanese. Okay, if this is all we're... okay. I'm not sure how long that's gonna go on for, but... I think I got the gist of it. Jesus Christ, that face. I'm gonna get cursed. Such an overwhelmingly baleful resonance. Even my 4 dark demons of destruction look less lively than usual.
Something like this.
I too am starting to feel chills. With a title like From Me to You, I thought it was going to be a sweet love song. If I recall, the reason why Ibuki left the high school girls band was creative differences. That must be why. It's awesome. That's the first time I've heard such a famous song. Hiyoko?
I'm glad.
Oh, you came. So what if I did? I was invited too, you know.
What?
If you're attending Fuyuhiko's recovery party, that means you've already...
That's not it.
You stupid, don't misunderstand. There's no way I'd forgive him that easily.
Hey.
Because he's a Yakuza, you know? He's the type of person who preys on people by tricking them. Even now, he's probably pretending to be sorry. So he can try to trick us.
Please wait.
There's no way that is possible. No, I get why she'd think that of me. Yeah, that's right. That's why we're never going to believe in you. Get it? This doesn't mean we've made up or anything. I'm only cooperating with you until we get off this island. I don't think she's being unreasonable. Just remember, if anything happens, you're the first one who's going to get cut off. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad.
You nasty
Don't
pig
cry.
barf.
Pigs have no right to cry. You're grossing me out. Not the only one who's trying to change. She's also trying. Is she, though? Yelled Hiyoko. There's no way she would have forgiven. She just said she didn't forgive him.
Gross.
Hey, what are you looking at? Nothing. Somehow, even though it's little by little, I feel like things are starting to turn around. Cue the murder! It's all the more reason to worry about him. Oh. My first thought when he said him was Nagito, but yeah, Monokuma's definitely the one to be concerned about. There's no way he's not going to do anything while he's watching us like this, right?
Boring.
How much longer are you guys going to be bummed out? I came all this way because you said it was a party. Come on, Ibuki, hurry up and start the next song.
Roger, thanks for writing. Let's go right ahead to the next song.
There's still more.
Now that this recovery party is in full swing, I've got a
Nagito, shut the fuck up.
totally fits the mood. Grab a partner and slow dance too. I squeezed out the baby, but I have no idea who the father is.
What the fuck? Hey, what's everyone doing here? Whoa, Monami.
Jeez.
Don't interfere. I'm enjoying such a fun party, too. I wasn't invited to the party. Obviously not. You'd ruin the party if you were here. Double gasp! But seriously, now's not the time. Now's not the time to enjoy a fun party. Why? Akane is...
Emergency.
Dueling Monokuma. Oh. Okay, that's that's a problem.
What did you say?
At this point, Akane's going to be in danger. Please do something to save her.
Looks like my bad feeling was correct.
That stupid fool! No, I'm the one who was the fool. It was my mistake not to keep my eyes on her. As team manager, I should have had a proper grasp of my athlete's private life. Damn it! This failure will haunt me for the rest of my life, or my name isn't Nekomaru Nidai!
Now's not the time for regret. Let us make haste.
Of course! Fuyuhiko finally returned to us. The thought of anyone else in our group getting taken, I won't allow it! I'll never allow it!
Hey Monami, where's Akane and Monokuma?
They're at the beach where we first arrived at this island. Please hurry. If you don't, Akane's gonna get killed.
You don't have to tell me. I'm going full speed ahead!
We should hurry too. Nekomaru bolted from the music venue as fast as his legs could take him, and we followed soon after. I should hurry too. Hey everyone. Thanks everyone. No, that's not it. I know Akane's in deep trouble, but you guys suck. Screw this half-baked comfort. If this were a song title, it'd be salt seeping into my broken heart. I don't really get it, but you look pretty bummed out. Come on, you shouldn't make a fuss here. Let's hurry over to the beach already. I mean, it does suck that you went through all this... Went to all the trouble planning this big party and performing and everything, and then everybody has to run off and stop Akane from getting herself killed. Oh, wait. I can't fast travel. Yep, and there's a spot right there. So, whoop. Oh, hey, Chiaki. What are you doing? We're headed to the beach. Calm down.
Well,
It's true we need to hurry, but there's no way you can make good decisions if you're so worked up. But if we don't hurry, Akane is... It's for the sake of saving Akane, too. We don't know what's beyond this point. That's why we need to stay calm, I think. I got it. I'm okay now. Let's go. Alright. Kick his ass, Akane! Ow! After running there at a full sprint, by the time I got to the beach and struggled to regain my breath, I saw a shocking scene unfold before me.
Akane, looks like you're just barely avoiding any fatal injuries. Yep, at least your agility is worthy of praise. But did you only challenge me just so you could show me your sweet dance moves?
damn it! Well, why can't I even graze you with my attacks?
Well, you know, we're on completely different levels.
That means we view the world differently.
It's like a character from a punk manga challenging an enemy from a super-powered battle manga.
Yeah, I mean, that actually makes sense.
Obvious you can't win.
Is she really serious about not even grazing it? Akane is just fighting a stuffed animal.
Monokuma is an advanced machine. If it's designed for combat, it's probably capable of exerting such power. However, as far as speed is concerned, Akane is far faster than any athlete I've ever seen. And she says she can't even graze him with her attacks? Is that even possible?
However, just because it's possible, that's why she is in this situation, right? As long as she's ended up like that, there's not much we can really do about it. At the very least, we should overcome the despair of Akane's death and use it as fuel to bolster our hope. Nagito, shut the fuck up!
Right?
Like Fuyuhiko did, you see?
Don't fuck with me! Damn it!
I never want to feel that feeling ever again. If I have to feel that way again, I'll make sure I stop it, even if it costs me my life. You can't. You'll really die if you keep overexerting yourself. It's just a little life Pico gave me. Pico. They always say Peko, but I keep wanting to say Pico. It's not precious anyway.
You stupid idiot! That's all the more reason you need to take care of it!
Huh?
Don't stop.
You guys stay back. I'll take it from here.
Nekomaru Nidai's final firework. Make sure you sear it into your eyes.
Oh, is he gonna sacrifice himself?
Now then, it looks like everyone's here, so I might as well finish this.
I do really like Nekomaru. I hope he doesn't sacrifice himself and die.
I say I won't allow any rule violations against me. This is what happens when you break the rules.
I mean, you didn't pull out this machine gun against Sakura when she was trying to fight you in the first game.
Disappear.
No! Oh, he's doing a piccolo. As if the surrounding scenery and every sound was blown away by the impact. It was all completely white. And within that white, I heard a voice.
Nekomaru! Nekomaru, why did you save?
Isn't it obvious? Supporting their athletes is a manager's duty. However, what a shame for someone like Nekomaru Nidai it was just a little shot from a bazooka. I really am the worst.
Get a hold of yourself! Nekomaru!
Akane, the time I've spent with you, it wasn't so bad. Don't die, Akane.
Well, that sucks. Are you kidding me? Nekomaru died!
That's
What? Holy crap! Instead of the rule violator, Akane,
the hell.
what a major failure! I ended up killing Nekomaru, who had nothing to do with this!
Hey,
Hold on. It's faint, but his heart is still... Oh, good. He's not dead yet. He's not dead yet. You gotta hurry up and treat him. Monokuma, you can do something about this, right? Save Nekomaru like you saved me.
That's right. If you kill someone who didn't violate the rules, that makes you the one who violated the rules.
Monokuma could technically argue that Nekomaru violated the rules by interfering with the punishment of somebody else who was violating the rules. I don't think that argument works here.
well,
Then let's just say we're even. In exchange for forgiving Akane for breaking the rules, let's just say Nekomaru was a sacrifice. So isn't it okay to say we're even? You're not even gonna save him?
unbeatable.
Guess I had no choice. It's annoying, but it'd be boring if you died a meaningless death. So for today only, I'll activate my special trump card.
What, again with the ambulance? This again?
Just leave the rest to me, Dr. Killgood.
He even recycled the same line again.
We gotta get this patient to the Monokuma Hospital ER and get him under 24-hour observation stat. So, I'll see you later.
Okay, that just happened again. After he said that, the ambulance containing Monokuma and Nekomaru vanished from our sight. What the hell? Why did this happen? Because Akane's a hot-headed, muscle-bound idiot. And she's awesome, but it's definitely totally her fault this all happened. I mean, Nekomaru can blame himself for not keeping a better eye on her all he wants, but I mean, you can't just control people like that. You know, people are going to do what they're going to do. And if it was that easy to keep somebody from doing something you didn't want them to do, nobody would be murdered in the first place. People are complicated. You can't control everything everybody does all the time. Of course, he's obviously going to be saved. Fuyuhiko finally returned to us. I cannot believe Nekomaru is gone now. I can't stand this anymore.
Hey,
You stop yelling, screaming won't help, you know.
Uggo.
This isn't cause. This is what happens when we let our guard down. All this talk about everyone getting along, we were just fooling ourselves. We were just pretending we understood the situation we're in. Teamwork, friendship, cooperation, nothing matters. The stupid ones will just be killed one after another. It won't be a mystery when you're eventually betrayed. That's why I'm never going to rely on anyone. That's the reality here. You saying it is meaningless for us to even work together?
Shut up.
If he really did have meaning, Nekomaru wouldn't have ended up like that. I mean, he didn't die. Yet. He ended up like that because of his weird feelings of friendship. Oh, that's what you're talking about. The sacrifice part. Just in general. I mean, yeah, but he stopped somebody else from dying and he didn't die, so it all worked out. I mean, he got his ass kicked, but he's alive, and so is Akane. You understand too, right? When the stupid ones try to act on their own, it makes trouble for everyone else.
Hey,
So can you please not involve me? I don't want to die a meaningless death.
that is.
Blaming Akane will not solve anything. You don't have to worry about Coach Nekomaru. Huh? And that's disappointing. It's all your fault. You're not even worried about him? You're not worried about Nekomaru? There's no need to worry about worrying. I know Coach Nekomaru is a monstrous guy. There's no way he's going to die from something like that. There's no doubt Nekomaru is definitely going to come back. So when that happens, I'll make sure I apologize to him. Suspicion. I don't think he's coming back. Because I was weak and caused him trouble. So when he comes back, I'll make sure to say I'm sorry. Akane. I mean, that's fair. It was entirely your fault, so at least you're owning up to it. Even if we opened our mouths, only words of worry would come out. We all knew that. We saw Nekomaru's tragedy happen. Oops. We saw Nekomaru's tragedy happen right in front of us. Once again, we were all taught. If you think you won't die, well, that's just wishful thinking. On this island, without any warning, people die. I wouldn't say that was without warning. I mean, Akane had to know it was a possibility that she would be killed by Monokuma. And yeah, that wasn't exactly without warning. We knew, we were told what was going on. I mean, yeah. That is the nightmare we're trapped in. When you think you've finally woken up from the nightmare, you realize you're still inside it. And thus the nightmare continues. Oh joy. Monokuma's Super Fable Story 58. A Tengu came down from the mountains. A long time ago, there was a village that was afraid of Tengus showing up. The Tengus apparently did as they pleased, such as stealing food and kidnapping women. But is it really the Tengu's fault? Isn't it actually the humans' fault for ruining nature by destroying the mountains where the Tengus lived? You think monsters are scary? It's humans that are the scary ones. Wow. Nice commentary, Monokuma. Everyone, it's the time to rise up against the humans. We must protect nature from the humans and return the world to a peaceful place where monsters roam free.
Bring it on!
Monokuma's Super Fables, the end. I'm not saying you're entirely wrong, but the thing about humans is there's a lot of them, and they're all different, and you can't even judge a lot of them by the actions of a few. There's a lot of assholes, but there's also a lot of good people. And the problem is the assholes are loud, so you hear from them more often than you hear from the good people. Because when good people do good things for good reasons, they don't have to tell everybody that they did it. And when assholes do asshole things for asshole reasons, everybody hears about it, whether they want to or not. So, you know, that's, there's a disproportionate amount of representation of assholes. And it kind of makes it look like there's a lot more assholes than good people in the world. And I don't think that's actually the case. They're just louder and more, you know, in your face about their assholishness than good people are about their goodness. And on that note, there's plenty of gray area too. It's not good people and bad people. There's tons of spaces in the middle too, so, you know. That's my discourse on morality and good and evil. Yeah, it's the morning. Shut up, Monokuma. Alright, it's playing the ominous music, so something bad happened overnight. Even if I say that, it doesn't matter anymore. But I greeted the morning without having slept at all. I really wanted to see somebody, anybody, as fast as I could. Felt like I had to share this anxious feeling with someone. I just couldn't deal with it alone. I should go to the restaurant for now. You know, like everybody does every morning. Anybody out and about? No. Oh, there's Fuyuhiko. Sup, dude? You're rocking that eye patch. Oh, it's you, Hajime. Even in such an abnormal situation, people still get hungry. Nekomaru, what did that bastard mean by his final firework? That line's more suited to a Yakuza anyway. Nekomaru must have wanted to protect Akane at all costs, just like how Peko wanted to protect you. Shut up, don't say another word. Just go on ahead to the restaurant, I'll come later. Dude, man. You need to... You've come a long way, but you still got a long way to go. Huh? Just walking to the restaurant unintentionally, I felt my feet come to a swift halt. Somebody crying? Why are you crying? Mikon, or is it Hyoko? I mean, Hyoko is a known crier, but it doesn't sound like her voice. Let's just get up there and see who died, because they're probably crying over somebody's corpse. Nope. Oh, it's Akane. Did we get bad news about Nekomaru? You're the one who's crying? I'm scared. What's gonna happen to us? I'm scared. What happened? Could she be in shock about what happened to Nekomaru? Yesterday she was acting... Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing about that. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delayed reaction, as reality kind of sets in and you realize what a fucked up situation that was. So yeah, I totally believe that she was acting fine last night, and suddenly it's kind of hit her that it's your fault. And yeah, it's not like you to cry. Get a grip on yourself. I don't know what to do anymore. I mean, Nekomaru got killed, you know. He's not dead yet, unless you know something that I don't. I don't want this anymore. Let me go back home. Okay, I hope she doesn't kill anybody for that. Like, over that, like, wanting to go home stuff. You know, I don't know. What happened to Akane? Isn't she acting kind of weird?
I see.
Hajime, be careful. That's probably not the real Fuyuhiko. Huh? I know. The real Fuyuhiko is already dead. That's why that's probably Fuyuhiko's clone. What are you saying?
Hey.
I always heard from Monokuma that Nekomaru couldn't be saved. It's unfortunate, but a transfer student is apparently going to come soon as a replacement. So I'll give that What the fuck are you talking about? Are you messing around?
It's the truth,
I'm not messing around. I always speak the truth.
right?
In order to prove it, I'll explain it specially to you.
Listen carefully.
Listen carefully, Hajime. I finally discovered who the traitor is. You know, the true identity of World Ender. The traitor who's hiding among us is
No mistake.
Byakuya. What? That's right, Byakuya is alive. Okay. I'm just gonna say it right now. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Nagito. You have never demonstrated yourself as the most coherent or reliable person to convey any kind of information, and as much as I would like to believe that Byakuya was not killed and could still provide some kind of useful information about the larger mystery taking place here, I just don't believe you, dude. Wait, we're just gonna let that go? Did something happen to you too? Well, that's weird. I'm always normal. You are the opposite of always or normal. I always speak the truth.
Weird.
You're the one who's strange. You must be a fake too. You must be Hajime's clone. We have not... We had a fake out death before, but it wasn't clones. It was an identical twin situation that I did not see coming. So, I mean, I would not be surprised if, like, clone switcheroo happened at some point, but I'll be right back. Nagito is just being Nagito. Don't mind him. That's what I'm inclined to... That's my immediate reaction, but I don't know. Sometimes it seems like he might have a bigger grasp of what's going on than he lets on, but yeah, I'll be right back in just a moment here. Let's see, where's my boop? Just setting up. There we go. Thought I had my microphone muted there when I was away. Oops. Oh well, no big deal. Let's just bring that back up. Okay. Okay, so Kane's freaking out about Nekomaru. Nagato's gone completely insane. What does Hyoko have to say about all this? Well, it's definitely best if we keep Nagato tied up. I hate how much I keep having to agree with you, Hyoko. Not just tied up. I won't be satisfied until I peel the skin. Okay, that's... I won't be satisfied until I peel the skin off his face and expose the meat so we can't identify him anymore. That doesn't sound very gentle. Did he do something to you? He lied to me about Mahiru being alive and said he saw her at the movie theater. Why is he telling such a pointless lie?
Jeez.
I won't be satisfied until all his joints are bent at awkward angles. Maybe a waste of time to find out the reason for each little thing Nagato does, but look at this at all. Why would he tell such an outrageous lie?
Hello, my name is Ibuki Miyota.
She got crazy eyes. Or did she always have those and I'm just now noticing them? Maybe rude to me, but I would like to say my greetings first thing in the morning. Good morning. I look forward to working with you all today. Ibuki? Yes, I am Ibuki Miyota. Are you acting strange too?
Wait.
Be careful, Ibuki. Hajime's dangerous. He wants to kill you and eat you. What are you saying? Mr. Hajime, I am not tasty. Please do not eat me. He's obviously lying. I see, so it was a lie.
Truth.
It's not a lie. I never tell lies.
Understood.
So it is not a lie. It may be necessary for me to beg for my life after all. What the fuck is going on here? Akane, Nagato, Ibuki, they're all acting strange. What's going on? Did they go crazy or something? It wouldn't be strange to go crazy in a situation like this. That's not it. Ibuki, she has an extremely high fever. That's probably the cause.
Weird.
Before you start talking, I want you to tell me something. Who the hell are you? Have you forgotten me? I'm Mikan Sumiki. Please try touching her forehead. If you do, you'll see what I mean. Ibuki, just a second.
Understood.
In exchange, please spare my life. I softly placed my hand onto Ibuki's forehead while she continued to spout gibberish. She's hot? Yeah, she is, but what about her temperature? This heat is abnormal. She's right. That's right, she has a terribly high fever. Then could the others? Akane, let me feel your forehead too. I'm sorry, I'm so weak. I placed my hand onto Akane's forehead. That must be it. She has such a high fever. There's no way that's a normal human body temperature. Nagito, you too. I don't have a fever. I feel extremely great today. So I got the same result. All three of them have fevers? The reason those guys are saying such wacky stuff is...
Emergency!
My goodness, that's obviously bad.
Monokuma! For him to appear right now, does that mean this is...
Just a minute.
Whoa there! Can you wait just a second for the explanation? The others are on their way too. The sound of pounding footsteps. Oh boy. What the hell just happened? I do recall Monami saying way earlier, like I think it was, oh no, maybe it was in chapter 2, I think, but it's supposed to be like impossible to get sick here because of like all the precautions and everything that she took. And Monokuma also said that the only death that didn't count as a murder was if somebody died as a sickness, and since that's impossible, it's basically irrelevant. But it sounds like everybody's come down with something.
What's going on?
Now what?
Hey, hey.
I heard it from Monokuma. Looks like something strange is going on again. Did something happen, you guys?
Now then.
Looks like everyone's here. Let's start with the explanation.
Hold on. Monokuma, you're pulling a prank again, aren't you? And what happened to Nekomaru? Hurry up and return him first, you robber bear.
Nekomaru? Are you talking about the boy who turns into a woman when he gets splashed with water?
I don't know the name of that character. I know the anime, I think, but okay.
Stupid brother.
I half get that reference.
Who the heck is that? Nekomaru doesn't have a weird ability like that.
Jeez! Shut up!
I don't even know what's been done to me, but I feel a mysterious life energy.
Well, yeah, I know the anime was Ranma. Was that also the character's name? Or was the character like have some weird name that justifies being confused with Nekomaru? Or is Monokuma just being weird? And I don't even know what the fuck just happened there. Oh, huh. Okay, so Monokuma is just being... Monokuma's just being Monokuma.
Well, I'm pretty sure you guys have noticed since you're all so quick-witted. It's just as I thought. The true identity of this high fever...
That's right!
That's right. This is the new motive I've given you.
The despair disease.
Oh.
What the?
Okay.
Actually,
You know there are extremely tiny insects that can't be seen with the naked eye living on this island. It's not like I added them recently, I just never told you about them. Anyway, the endemic disease spread by these insects is called the despair disease. Despair disease? I've never heard of such a thing.
well,
Let me tell you about it. As the name suggests, this despair disease is a really annoying disease where you get a high fever along with various symptoms that are full of despair. Those symptoms are different based on the person. For instance, Nagito is affected by the liar disease. Akane has the coward disease. Ibuki has the gullible disease, I guess? They just had to get symptoms that are the opposite of their normal personalities except for Nagito? It's not like all you guys are down with the sickness yet. Down with the sickness. Sometimes the despair disease can get passed from person to person, just like a cold. You mean it is contagious? Don't put your guard down just because you don't have the disease. It'd be awful if everyone got sick. Wow.
Topical. Real topical. We have to... There's just no, Can't even escape into a fucking video game without this kind of bullshit going around.
Let's run, Miss Sonia. It'd be terrible if you caught the lowly disease of the common folks. That's right, let's run away. I don't want to catch such a weird disease. And why is that a motive? Are you saying that a killing will occur soon after everyone falls into a crazy state? Isn't this quite a novel idea? A killing that occurs while everyone has a completely different personality. Think of all the murder tricks.
Is there a way to treat it?
like,
Why is there a need to treat it?
This despair disease isn't supposed to make...
This despair disease isn't supposed to make you suffer. It's a disease that cures your soft hearts towards killing. And with this, you can finally take the plunge and commit murder! You bastard, you better stop talking about this bullshit. It's only fun, I'm sorry, I'm always bothering you. As an apology, I'm going to commit murder. Are there any charcoal briquettes somewhere? As an apology, I'm going to commit murder. That's such a... Just the phrasing on that is hilarious. And Nagito, big Nagito, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I found some at the supermarket. Stop it! Akane, Nagito, Ibuki, you guys stay put! You're wrong, I'm not Nagito. To tell you the truth, Nagito Kamite is a fake name. I'm sorry I've kept it a secret till now.
Understood.
Oh, I see.
What the?
She's believing him again,
Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess the gullibility version really is a bad combination with the lying version.
Amazing.
I feel so great today. This despair disease is awesome. Despair, despair, despair. It's amazing. You should all get it too. We're all done for. There's no such thing as hope. We all have to die from this despair disease. That's the only way. He collapsed. Thank God he's gonna shut up for 5 minutes. Now that I've given you a new motive, how will things develop? Will the killing start after everyone gets the despair disease or even before that?
Chills, chills, kills.
I'm so excited about it, I'm just gonna stand around naked. Just kidding, I'm always naked.
Okay. Wow. That's Nekomaru's incident just happened, and now this. Where did that peaceful mood that lasted until yesterday go? Nagito is foaming. Oh, wow. Never seen foam that color before.
It's an ephemerally rare color, normally only found in the depths of the netherworld sea.
See, the color doesn't matter. Let's hurry him over to the hospital.
Got it, I'll help out.
What should we do about Akane and Ibuki?
Anyway,
We're definitely going to bring them too. We don't know what they'll do if we leave them alone.
Hey, bastards, can you walk?
Yes.
Allow me to confirm. I just have to alternate the movements of my left and right leg, correct? Oh, walk, so don't leave me. And let's go. God. That... I gotta admit, that was an unexpected turn. With the disease in tow and Nagito, whose condition was clearly worsening, we rushed over to the hospital. This kind of motive is impossible. An actual despair disease? And there's a possibility that it might be passed along? What the heck? Damn it, what should I do? I mean, you don't exactly have the facilities to create a cure or even a vaccine for this kind of thing, so... I will go make the infected change their clothes, and then I'll have them sleep in the patient rooms.
Understood.
I just had to change my clothes, correct? I'm scared of changing. God damn it, Akane. Everyone just please wait here. As she supported all three of them on her shoulders, Mikon disappeared into the depths of the hospital.
damn it!
Never expected us to get sick. What's going to happen?
Let me tell you this.
I would not mind if Nagito retired permanently.
Maybe.
Is Mikon gonna personally change their clothes? What's wrong with that?
Well.
Does that include Nagito too? Isn't that a little bad?
There's no need to panic. Even I attend to the needs of my 4 dark devas of destruction.
Don't lump hamsters and teenage boys together! Is this stupid conversation gonna last much longer? Shouldn't we be seriously thinking about what we need to do from now on and stuff? What we need to do from now on.
Social distancing!
Who's in charge? Chucky. You're competent. You know what to do, right? Monokuma said the disease was spread by insects we can't see with our eyes. Would bug repellent from the supermarket help?
Jeez.
That disease looks super dangerous. Nagito, Akane, and Ibuki aren't acting normal. If it spreads to anyone else, a killing is bound to happen.
Let me tell you this.
Based on their observed behavior, I cannot deny that.
But those guys aren't being considerate. I want them to at least have the decency to consider committing suicide before they start bothering us.
That is.
Wow, that's cold, Hyoko, like even for you. Oh, it can't be that easy. So it's important to make sure we don't end up catching the disease. Make sure? What do you mean?
Which cockroach said that?
Geez, why don't you get it? We need to isolate them from us so they don't spread the disease. Isolate?
You.
No shit, that's why Mikon just put them all in hospital rooms. If you can't cure it, the only option is to stop it from spreading. Even a preschooler knows that. There are adults in the 20th century that don't seem to grasp that concept, Hyoko. So you're way more optimistic than you have any right to be right now. But this game did come out in 2013, 2012, I think, so let me check that real quick. Because I'm not entirely sure what it... 2012, yeah. So, yeah, there's no way you could have known that humans would be that stupid, 8 years later. If everyone catches the despair disease, we won't be able to do anything about it anymore, you know? You're right, there's no way we should allow it to spread. Hold on a sec.
Hey, hey.
You mean we need to quarantine them inside the hospital, right? Don't tell me you also... Why are you against this, protagonist dude? Come on. It makes perfect sense. It's not like it's an inhumane way of isolating them. It's not like you're chaining them up to a tree and preventing anybody from ever talking to them. You're keeping them in a hospital room because they have a disease. It's not... And yeah, you also do have to prevent them from killing anybody because of their altered personalities. As long as that disease is Monokuma's motive, if we just ignore it, a killing will happen again. To prevent that, we have to prevent the disease from spreading. That's why we need to quarantine them. Even if we quarantine them, who's going to take care of them? How about the nurse who is uniquely qualified to take care of sick people? Mikan's going to stay here anyway. She's been touching the infected all over, so it's possible she's already caught the disease. But there's no way we can leave her by herself. Then why don't you stay too?
Huh?
Now that I think about it, you touched them when you took their temperature, right? Ah, shit. But I'm the protagonist. My personality, insofar as it exists at all, is not allowed to change. Contact you? How are we supposed to do that?
Please.
You think of a way to communicate. If we keep meeting in person, we could catch the disease.
Hey, you.
I'll let you handle that, Kazuichi. Yeah, I got it.
Fret not. We are not going to abandon you. I shall station myself nearby in case anything happens.
Nearby? Why don't you just leave one of your hamsters here?
There is a motel on this island. Until this matter is resolved, we shall stay the night there.
Aw.
What? Do we really have to stay in such a dirty place?
What are we supposed to do if we can't immediately get here if something happens? Also, if that disease is airborne, the hotel on the first island might already be unsafe.
This is the Tanaka Empire!
We must be vigilant about protection. I have those who I must protect.
They're just hamsters, dude.
I'll destroy you!
That is an unkind thing to say, you fiend. How dare you call my 4 dark days of destruction hamsters?
Jeez.
Fine, I'll stay at the motel, okay? Jeez, how annoying. Even if it's a quarantine, we're still gonna be on this island, so you can just call us if something happens. Shh. What are you frustrated for? This is obviously a trap. Monokuma's goal is to separate us as a group. Is it really okay for us to fall for that?
So,
It's not like we've stopped being friends. I just don't want a killing to happen ever again. We can't prevent that if everyone gets sick, you know?
You know, right?
Yeah, that's right, man. There's no way we're gonna lose together here, you know?
That's right.
Because if that happens, then Monokuma gets what he wants. Hey, Hyoko, what did you say to me earlier? Something about me being the first one to get cut off?
and
What's wrong with that? This must be that moment. It's not like Mikan and Hajime are enough people.
you.
You saying you're gonna stay here too? You too? This life of mine is a spare anyway. Fine then, do whatever you want. Hey, Fuyuhiko, are you sure? You might be endangering yourself, you know?
Jeez.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Hey,
You really okay with this? Then I'm gonna leave the rest to you too. Whatever's happening over here, just leave it to us. We'll make sure to keep the disease from spreading. Come on, shouldn't you guys have it over to the motel before you catch the disease?
I am sorry.
I'm sorry we are forcing this upon you like this. No, what everyone's saying is true, so it's okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, both of you. I won't let your feelings go to waste. We need to make sure to find out the mystery of the despair disease while you're all here.
I think
I think, probably. I'd really prefer it if she had a more confident-sounding catchphrase. I shall excuse myself. I am counting on you. I'll make sure to figure out some way to communicate later. Do your best and try to stay alive. Oh, boy. Never expected it would turn out... Yeah. Once again, Hajime, you have taken the words directly out of my mouth. Never expected it would turn out like this. It's not like it's their fault. It's that bastard Monokuma's fault. Can't believe he'd actually arranged something as irritating as a disease. Thank you for waiting. They're finally finished changing. Everyone's resting in their rooms. Why is it just you two? You know, they must have left to get fruits to bring back later. Everyone is so kind. I'm so glad everyone is so thoughtful toward their friends. Well, like I said, we're all equals when we get sick. Let's all work together and do our very best. I'm glad you believe that, Mikan. We are not all equals when we get sick. But enough of the political commentary. Hajime, I'm sorry, but I'll let you handle the explanation. That's quite the burden I have to bear. We decided to split into two groups. In the hospital, there are 3 people who caught Monokuma's despair disease: Akane, Nagito, and Ibuki. There's also Mikan, who's nursing them back to health, and as a safeguard for Yuhiko and myself. Altogether, 6 people are staying at the hospital. Chiaki, Gundam, Kazuichi, Sonia, and Hyoko are staying at the motel on the same island. As for Nekomaru, he's not back yet, but anyway, until we do something about this despair disease, our current situation isn't going to change. But we have no clue what we need to do. Seriously, what should we do? Huh? I suddenly woke up. And if I woke up, that means I fell asleep without realizing it. Earlier I discussed it with Fuyuhiko and we decided we'd take turns resting. That's right, that's why I came to the on-call room on the 2nd floor of the hospital. I haven't been sleeping well the past few days, so a sudden drowsiness overtook me. And I was asleep, which is a good thing, but my body feels really heavy for some reason. Not just heavy. It feels somewhat soft and... Oh! Okay. All right, that's happening now. Okay.
Move! I can't breathe!
No, you can't. Don't move around. Hajime?
Hajime, are you okay? Your complexion is a bluish-purple shade. It might be a severe cyanotic reaction. Hajime, can you hear me? Get a hold of yourself. Mikan finally got off me, grabbed my shoulders, and began shaking me intensely. Somehow that was enough to get my consciousness to drift back to reality. Hajime, you've regained consciousness. I'm so glad. I thought you died. Me too. I seriously thought I was gonna die. There are worse ways to die, but...
Sorry.
I thought about taking a rest in the on-call room, but you were already asleep, so... That doesn't mean you can climb on top of me! Then I'll be on the bottom next time. That's not what I'm talking about. What are you guys doing? Fuyuhiko? No, this is... I really hope you didn't get the wrong idea. Were you guys sleeping together? Yes. In a very literal sense, and nothing untoward happened. You dirty rotten bastard, you guys are fucking high school students! Seriously, you've got this all wrong. We don't have time for that. Nagito, he's in danger. Danger? What? Maybe decided to look like he wasn't breathing. Huh? This is bad. Now's not the time for us to rest.
Damn it.
Well, if Nagito dies of a disease, then there's no murder for us to investigate. Now's not the time for you to be pitching a tent. We need to hurry. Seriously, I'm not... Fuyuhiko and I chased after Mikon as she ran into Nagito's room. Nagito, please get a hold of yourself. Despite Mikon's desperate pleas, I didn't see Nagito react at all.
Don't tell me.
There's no way he died, right? The body discovery announcement isn't playing, right?
Fidget, fidget.
He's totally waiting for it. This looks very bad. Well, why is Monokuma all excited? Unless he knows something other than the disease is going to kill Nagito, because Monokuma specifically said that disease is the only... Dying from sickness is the only death that doesn't count as a murder. So if Nagito dies, that's it, and there's no trial, no investigation, because that's how that works. And Monokuma lives for these trials and getting to execute people, so... I mean, why is he all excited? Why would he even create and release a disease if it was capable of killing anybody? Knowing full well that that's the only time somebody can die and not have to have it investigated. Unless they were executed as punishment. Looks like his breathing has returned. This condition is unpredictable, and that's putting it lightly.
How light is that? Is it sweet potato soft? If so, that's pretty light. Please don't interfere. Isn't Nagito's mouth moving? He might be trying to say something. Nagito, what happened? She said his name. Mikon softly tilted her ear towards Nagito's lips. What did he say? Apparently his condition has improved and he feels quite refreshed. Since Monokuma said Nagito has the liar disease, he probably means the opposite, and he actually feels really crappy.
Like,
But what's going to happen if he just dies? We're not going to have a class trial, right? Don't talk like that. Nagito is never going to die. I will save him by any means necessary.
I see.
And I'll leave Nagito's life to you. If we stay here any longer, we might just get in the way.
Damn right.
Then follow me. While you were resting, the goods arrived. I gotta show them to you. The goods aren't something dangerous, right? It's probably the communication device that Kazuichi was working on. Let's go to the lobby. Okay. Sometimes the game just automatically takes you out to a place, and sometimes it makes you walk there on your own. I really want to know why there's aliens here, but that's probably irrelevant to the bigger mystery.
Anyway.
Oh. Right. Hey, Fuyuhiko, what did you mean when you said goods? Look on top of the reception desk. On top of the reception desk? You mean to say that there's something relevant to my interest on the top of the reception desk? Looks like a monitor and camera unit. Hey, what is this? Perfect timing. The blue light is blinking. Oh, Kazuichi rigged some stuff up from the Pervy Spy store, right? Does something happen when this blinks? Seeing is believing, as I say. Try pressing the button below that light. I just did press the button.
What's up?
Hey, is this Hajime? Loud and clear. Looks like it's perfectly connected. Kazuichi. And this is... Yeah, that's right. That's the way to communicate he was talking about.
All right.
Looks like it's time for the ultimate mechanic to shine. How about it? This is what I've been working on. Remember that alley with all those shady-looking street booths? That's where I found this. It's a surveillance camera for household use, and I just tweaked it a little. That's basically a video chat device. Well, it's pretty hit or miss. Video chat, huh? It's true, we don't have to worry about getting infected with this. Maybe a hassle, but we'll be contacting each other with this from now on, okay?
There's only a test run this time, so I guess it should be pretty fun. Okay, then see you later. Kazuichi left this while you were resting.
Right.
Surveillance camera unit comes with a surveillance camera and a surveillance monitor. Anything the camera records is broadcast live on a monitor. So he prepared 2 of these sets and swapped their cameras. I see. By swapping the cameras, his monitor will display what's on my camera and vice versa. Oh, excuse me. Apparently, he also modified it a little. He widened its narrow communication range beyond just household use.
And so,
Even so, he still had a limit, so apparently the signal can't reach the hospital to the motel. So we can't communicate between the hospital and the motel? Isn't that where he is? Oh, I didn't notice. The background wasn't very clear, so okay. He was contacting you just now from the music venue near the motel. From there, the signal reaches the hospital with no problems. But they're staying at the motel, right? What if we can't reach them if we need to?
I'm right.
I thought the same thing, so we arranged times for us to contact each other. It's set up for us to communicate 30 minutes after Monokuna's morning and evening announcements. Our next contact with him is going to be tomorrow morning. Don't sleep in. It's well prepared, as expected from the air of an enormous organization. Yeah, that tracks. And there's the nighttime announcement. Yeah, it's 10 p.m.
Rooms and relax. Let the sound of the ocean gently rock you to sleep. Now then, sweet.
Now then.
Where should I sleep tonight? You planning to use the on-call room with a certain someone again? Like I said, it's not what it looked like.
You guys.
Hey, aren't you misunderstanding? A hospital is a facility for sick people. So it's not for lodgings or young romantic trysts, you know. You two, what are you talking about? I see. Your generation has fallen out of the habit of looking at bulletin boards. I tried to look at it the first time I saw it, and Mr. Protagonist was like, "Yeah, there's nothing important on this piece of paper on a bulletin board with Monokuma's goddamn face on it. I'm sure it's nothing important." A notice on the bulletin board? Yeah, no shit. Hospital precautions. Eating and drinking is forbidden within the hospital building. Patients do not need to be accompanied. Overnight stays by non-patients are expressly forbidden.
In other words,
Right. It's like notices you often see inside hospitals. You can't stay overnight here.
What are you saying?
There is one patient who needs to be accompanied. You're talking about Nagito, right? I'll allow one person to accompany him. The rest of you need to hurry up and get out of here.
Jeez.
Hospital precautions, my ass. He should have said so sooner. It was on the fucking bulletin board that nobody bothered to actually read. I looked at it. And Hajime was like, it's not important. You don't ignore something with Monokuma's face on it because it's probably got important information. There's no way we can make Mikon leave.
You're pathetic.
We should head back to our cottages then. Even if we stay here, we probably won't be able to do anything. After explaining the circumstances to Mikon, we decided to go back to our cottages for the time being. And this is a really slow-burning chapter. You know, the murder in the first chapter kind of took some build-up because, you know, it's the first one. They have a lot of stuff to establish and all that. But then the second chapter's murder happened, like, really quickly, like, almost right away. Once we're stuck in the hospital, should be more worried. What's the point of me getting so worried? When I wake up tomorrow, I'll go to the hospital right away. I feel bad leaving Mikon alone. So I guess for now I should try to get some sleep.
Monokuma appears!
Okay. It's actually probably a good time to stop streaming after this after the next morning starts. Cause
I'm starving, and it's probably almost time for dinner anyway, so a good 4 hours in. I want to keep going, so I might pick up again later this evening and see, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just wait until another day. We'll travel back to the Meiji period and meet a person named Seijiro Kanbei. He used to bake and sell turtle-shaped pastries, but unfortunately they never sold all that well. It's important that you gently cheer him up because he's going to be disappointed in himself when you beat him. From there, get serious and insist that you try making his pastries fish-shaped because they'll sell better. Once that happens, he'll happily bake his pastries in the shape of a fish. As a final touch, name these pastries taiyaki. With that, you've finished making taiyaki.
Brought to you by Monokuma.
I think I missed something. Okay, I didn't actually read the first thing there. Okay, that's what he was talking about, making taiyaki. Should be getting yeah, it feels like it's definitely happening soon. But yeah, it's definitely a slow going chapter. And I've heard it's a doozy in terms of logical leaps and all that, so I'll get to that at a later time. Because as soon as I have control, I'm gonna save and get out of here. Worried about Mikon and the others, I should hurry over to the hospital. Oh, it's just gonna automatically take me, of course. Sometimes it makes you walk, and sometimes it just automatically takes you there. God damn it.
Yo.
You came early today. You're the one who's early.
Damn right.
Well, I just got here. What should we do? There's still a little time before we need to make contact. Want to go to Nakito's room and check up on him? Worried about how he's doing. Why do I have to worry about a guy like him? Still. Okay, now I have control. Let's check on my pet real quick. Yeah, nothing to do there. Give it a present, why not? Have some mineral water. Cool. Okay. Whoops. Go ahead and save. Same slot, why not? Double check, make sure. I'll do two. Just, I think the reason I started doing that actually is because it's hard to tell sometimes if it actually did override it. So making a new one, it does double make sure. Okay. So anyway, that concludes the stream for today, I guess. I'm really looking forward to a lot of my questions being answered in this upcoming chapter, which apparently will do that, so yeah. Let's go ahead and pull that back up. Yep. I'm out. Thanks anybody who stopped by to watch, even just for a minute or two. I saw the viewer count go up to 3 a couple times, and it says I have a follower, but that looks like a spam bot name if ever I did see it, so I don't think it even triggered my alert. I wonder if there's something bugged out on that or not. Huh. Anyway, yeah. Goodbye.